Hi everyone, we're gonna get started, even though the traffic is just crazy outside, but thanks everyone for making it here on time or not on time, but your efforts coming here is highly appreciated. That shows your care for education and we love it. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Forum for World Education. And our topic today is to FWE's Education for Global Diplomacy and Peace Conference 2025. As you all know, Forum for World Education is a global non-for-profit that's headquartered in New York and committed to transfer education to meet the demands of the future of the workforce and the society. So FWE, in fact, connects business leaders, educators, and policymakers to ensure that the education system that can really prepare the younger generation with the knowledge and the skills that is required for a sustainable future. So today, we're very lucky to have amazing speakers as well as audience to join us together for a conversation today, as well as a closed-door discussion tomorrow. So it will be very engaging and coming up. So when we used to speak about global problems, we talk about challenges like global climate change. It centers also around food insecurities in the global south and sometimes the imbalance in access to education. However, today when we talk about global problems that we meet, the conversation centers around different topics. Sometimes we mention about the war that is going on in different parts of the world, and we talk about the trade disputes as well as the shifting alliances. And increasingly, the role of education is not just still as a social good, but as a tool of diplomacy. And that's at the heart for FWE. So can education really move beyond classrooms and campuses to become a force that bridges divides and rebuild trust and address the conflicts at their roots? We're very lucky today to have speakers to join us for this topic. And my name is Angel Wei. I'm a young leader at Forum for World Education. I appreciate this stage that we get to have these engaging conversations where we hear from industry leaders as well as young people to speak out for their points of views. So first, please allow me to introduce our first speaker, which is Edric Guo. Perfect, I got it up. Edric is the Vice Chairman of the Board for Forum for World Education. So please, Edric, for your opening remarks.
With us and spending time, a sincere appreciation on behalf of the World of Education to you guys. And before I start, I wanted to officially welcome everybody to the Education for Global Diplomacy and Peace 2025 conference. It's an annual conference that we hold at the Penn Club, organized by FWE, and this is our, I would say, the fourth year and ongoing. So a special thanks to Dr. Chin Davis, who's our founder. Without you, none of this could have happened. So your continuous spirit and driving force kept leading us to a better direction. Thank you. And I apologize if I started, because I just came back from Asia a day ago, and my English is a little rusty, and I'm under extreme pain of gout. So for those of you who don't have I never will wish that upon you. So, my name, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Edric Guo. I serve as the Vice Chairman of the Board to the Forum of World Education, as well as my day job. I'm a CEO at Univest Securities. It is my privilege to stand before you today, surrounded by so many esteemed leaders, scholars, and friends of our forum. At FWE, like Angel was saying, we often say that education is diplomacy. This has always been at the heart of our mission. But what does that mean in practice? It means that every classroom can become a place of dialogue. Every exchange program can plant the seeds for friendship. Every partnership between universities, companies, and policymakers and different governments will help build what we need for tomorrow. I can share my personal story. As a young man, I came to the United States when I was 17 years old by myself. The classroom of University of British Columbia was my first place to learn the difference between different cultures, but more importantly, that is where I learned the shared properties among all my friends across different parts of the world. And it's also the first place I learned, at the time, their way of thinking, because at the time, I was still considered as foreign. Now, 20 years later, 2025, their way of thinking now become my way of thinking, spending 20 years in North America. And I started my first job at the time at a shop that all you guys would know called Best Buy, selling cameras and iPods. As unimportant as that sounds, that job taught me well for life. Thinking back, in the competitive world of financiers and investment bankers, I only get to do what I do today just because I speak the language a little better than most of my peers. That job taught me to speak English. That job taught me to communicate and listen to people in English. And also that job taught me to start dreaming using the language of English. Now, 20 years fast forward, our firm is probably 50 to 60% of the entire Asia's deal flow, just because most of my peers do not speak a good Mandarin like I do. So that's exchange. That is international education. And I am one of the people, and I'm the people who's gonna hold the close tie between United States and China for the next 20 years to avoid any conflicts and any war. My kids are American, so they are also going to be the same. Looking back in history, we find that progress, and especially long-lasting progress, is never come from isolation, but from exchange. From libraries of Alexandria to the academies of the Renaissance. From the early days of global student exchange, the Teachers College at Columbia, to the partnerships that we see today. Education has consistently been the force that opens mind and creates common grounds. And yet, as we gather here today, we realize the reality of the present, the challenge of the present, the tensions between different continents. The world is full of complexity, misunderstandings, economical competition, and global challenges often make collaboration difficult. But this is precisely why we're sitting here and share our ideas today. The time is right now. Because while politicians and politics can sometimes divide, education, you can trust on that, has a unique way of connecting people. This conference, we here will invite you to ask some very essential and critical questions. How can education foster cooperation on a global scale given the present time? What practical solutions can emerge when business leaders, policymakers, and academics come together and share insights? And what can we learn from the world's leading institutions from each other, such as Tsinghua and Fudan universities, and how to shape the future-ready talents? These are not just abstract questions. These are deeply practical ones. They affect how young people think. They affect how they will be prepared for the world they inherit. And more importantly, they prepare for them in terms of how to lead them forward. They influence how companies recruit, how government plan, and how society will thrive. Over the next 2 days, you will hear from a remarkable panel of voices. They will share experiences from classrooms and boardrooms, from policy discussions and research labs. Our goal is not to just exchange ideas, but to begin shaping solutions together. Okay, before I go any further, this morning's opening session, International Education as a Bridge to Peace, sets the stage for everything that will follow. I'm honored to share this platform with 4 distinguished leaders, and I wanted to give them a round of introduction. Mr. Bin Yang. Yang Bin is the Vice Chancellor of Tsinghua University Council, whose leadership has guided Tsinghua in preparing generations of innovative, globally minded students. And the president of Fudan University, whose distinguished career has advanced excellence in higher education and promote meaningful international collaboration. Together, this panel represents a diversity of perspective that this conference embodies: academic leadership, civic engagement, innovation, and cross-cultural experiences. Each of them brings not only expertise, but also a deep commitment as a force for education. So, as we are about to begin this important conversation, let us remember why we are here today. We're here because we believe education is more than just knowledge. It's a foundation of empathy, the practice of cooperation, and the pathway to diplomacy and peace. It's with my great anticipation and pleasure that I invite you to join me in welcoming our panelists as we begin our discussion. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you, Edric. I could not think of a better opening remark than what you have just said. It was very remarkable. It was very well, marvelously done. And then that was an example. You used your personal example that showed us how education allows understanding and foster communications, and eventually that we can enjoy peace together. So as you have briefly introduced to our audiences, that next we're very lucky to have Professor, actually Chancellor Bin Yang from Tsinghua University, which is one of the most prestigious universities in China. And we're very lucky to hear from you and your perspective and how education can help us to thrive. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you so much for Edric, your inspiring words and your very nice, kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Yan, for your organizing such a great forum. And it's first time for Tsinghua to join. We have several colleagues, Dean Xuelan from Schwarzman College. We have Associate Dean Professor Wen Wen from School of Education. We have Madam Xiao Qian, who's the director of our international collaboration. So thank you so much for your invitation and organizing this very important forum. It's a great privilege to join the opening session of this important conference. I believe our theme today, international education as a bridge to peace, could not be more timely or more urgent. Actually, this year marks 100th anniversary for Tsinghua University. People always know Tsinghua was born in 1911, but actually this 100 years ago, Tsinghua started his 4-year college education. Before that, Tsinghua was a preparatory school selecting kids between 11 to 15 around the China and send them to U.S. for international education. So our university has a long history with international education. That's kind of our personal story. And for me, since 1996, there was a China project funded by some ASEAN business people to support MIT Sloan to help Tsinghua, Fudan, and Lingnan College to train their business professors to co-develop business courses taught in English and also case study methods. We joined the HBS case teaching workshop and develop Chinese-related business cases. So that's also evidence for international education. More than 130 professors from Tsinghua, Fudan, and Lingnan now a part of the Zhongshan University, Sun Yat-sen University. Our business professors are trained by this special China project. So I deeply appreciate for the contribution of this international education project. Later, Professor Xue Lan will share with us the very, very important flagship program at Tsinghua, the Schwarzman College, started, actually initiated in 2013. The first cohort studied at Tsinghua starting from 2016. So next year, we are going to celebrate its 10th anniversary. But we also have other international education programs at Tsinghua. It's very, very important for peace, for world peace. For example, since 2012, every late June or early July, Tsinghua hosts annual forum for World Forum for Peace, World Peace Forum. So we invite lots of think tank people and also ambassadors, counselors from all over the world to join this World Peace Forum, talking about the urgent issue related to peace. The students, they actively join, play very important roles for this forum. For example, they talk about the urgent issues you just mentioned, the climate change, that's relationship with peace, and also AI. Ding Xuelan is expertise for this, but it's young people who cares the world peace very mostly, and bring those important topic to professors, to scholars. So this World Peace Forum helps many Chinese universities to build up their own think tanks related to world peace. So another one is, in 1999, Hank Paulson from Goldman Sachs was asked by Premier Zhu Rongji. The original idea was to introduce or bring a foreign or international scholar to succeed Zhu Rongji's dean of my School of Economics and Management. But after some discussions, then Premier Zhu Rongji asked the help by Hank Paulson to help set up a very important advisory board. This is the first one of this kind. So now we have several or many very important international advisory boards for international education programs and also for schools. For example, my school, especially business school, and also School of Public Policy and Management, that's Ding Xuelan School. We also built up some advisory board. We invite leading CEOs and chairmen from all over the world, especially from US, to join. Every year, they not just have an annual meeting, but also they share their very precious time with students, case study in the classroom, this year, this would happen on October 16th and 17th. So the CEO and chairman from the global Fortune 500 to join this. But in the meantime, the state leaders of China, they will meet with those advisory board members, which makes this board a vehicle, a platform between China and the US and other countries. It's a peace vehicle. It's a vehicle for peace. So that's another example at Tsinghua University, how international education becomes important, supporting platform for peace, for world peace. So, my daughter, last year, she was applying for university, and we shared with her some our family history. My wife's grandfather, who graduated from Tsinghua School, now Tsinghua University. After that, he studied at Wisconsin-Madison, got PhD in 1933, then joined Princeton as an assistant professor. But after the Second World War, he came back to China and joined the very famous Southwest United University, Xinan 联合大学. And after the victory of the Second World War, he joined, not back his alma mater, but joined Peking University to become the chairman of Department of Chemistry, department chair, for more than 30 years, even after Cultural Revolution. So then my wife studied at Northwestern in Evanston, actually, and we named our son, who was born in Evanston. So my son definitely is a outcome of international education, so for sure. Yeah. So many very vivid examples for the importance of international education, but for now, to be honest, we are facing great challenges. So many very successful, effective, collaborative programs between China and US stop, canceled, being give up. But for business education, it's okay, but for many other AI, computer science, material science, or aerospace, great obstacles for those collaborative programs. That's why I'm looking forward to joining tomorrow's closed door discussion to see what we can do during this very tough time, and to continue our collaborations between China and the US. That education, international education, to bridge the two countries, the two people, and to do more people-to-people dialogue to avoid mistrust of the two nations, misunderstanding of the two nations. Yeah, that's something I just want to share with you today. And thank you again for Tsinghua being part of this important forum, and thank you for FWE. So looking forward, maybe in the future, hosting a conference in Beijing at Tsinghua University. So thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Chancellor Yang. Actually, the first time I met Chancellor Yang was at a classroom in Harvard, where he came to join our class and speak about Tsinghua and Tsinghua's history, and where he shared a lot about Tsinghua's history and Tsinghua's also research that many didn't know enough about in the Western university. So thank you for doing that. And that was an action of diplomacy in education as well, because that foster fosters understanding, collaborations, and also peace, which is what we all hope for. So thank you so much, Chancellor Yang. So next, we're going to have a special guest that when Dr. Davis told me that when the first look you met him, you will recognize who him is because of his way of action and, just one more jump before that, because we are going to hear more about the US and China for more conversations before our next presentation. So next we're going to welcome the president of America-China Public Affairs Institute, Mr. Fred Tan, who has been very recognized and also respected in the area of US and China relations. So let's give him a loud round of applause. Thank you.
Good morning. It's an honor to join you today at the Forum for World Education. This gathering comes at a time when relationship between the United States and China is facing unprecedented challenges. The world we live in is increasingly interdependent, yet also increasingly fractured. The mission of this conference, building peace through international education, is both urgent and inspiring. Education is more than classrooms, teachers, books, and students. Education is about sharing, passing forward knowledge, values, and acquire confidence that tomorrow can be better than today. 2 decades ago, then the president of Cornell University, Jeff Lehman, articulated 3 thematic challenges for the 21st century: life, wisdom, and sustainability. I did not know Jeff then, but his framing was so clear and to the point that stayed with me. Over the last decade, Jeff and I become friends. Today, he serves as Vice Chancellor of NYU Shanghai. And in our conversation, he added a 4th challenge that completes the compass: community. Allow me to reflect briefly on this compass and how it can guide our work in education. Life in the age of genome. We now have tools to unlock the deepest mystery of biology. This is not only a scientific revolution, but a moral one. The choices we make about genetic research and its application will shape not only how long we live, but how we live together. Education must prepare the next generation to use these breakthroughs for health and equity, not for the advantages and exclusion. Literacy in biology must be matched by literacy in ethics. Sorry. Wisdom in the age of digital information. We are awash with data and parched for judgment. The challenge is no longer access to knowledge. It is the ability to discern. Education must equip students to separate truth from falsehood, to reason across differences, to deploy information to build bridges rather than walls. If cleverness is the currency of internet, wisdom is the currency of a healthy society. Sorry. Okay. All right. There's one. Sustainability in the age of development. We have achieved extraordinary economic progress, and we face profound economic stress. The task before us is to reconcile human aspiration with planetary boundaries. No nation can do this alone, and no generation can finish in a single sprint. Education must cultivate system thinking, the ability to hold economy, ecology, and equity in one mind and one plan. Community in the age of connected isolation. Our technology promises connection, yet often delivers loneliness. Digital platform can cross oceans, still have us stranded in echo chambers. Education must nurture not only intellectual, but belonging, helping young people to learn, to disagree respectfully, to collaborate across cultures, and to find purpose in service to something greater than itself. These four themes are not separate silos. They braid together. The genome revolution will raise ethical dilemma that demand wisdom. Sustainability development to depend on resilient communities. Digital tools can either undermine or amplify our capacity to solve biological and environmental challenges. Taken together, this compass helps us imagine what education should be built in the best of times. Okay. But we also must be honest about the times we're living through. Around the world, education is being asked to function under extreme conditions that distort, disrupt, and sometimes destroy learnings. If we want our compass to be useful, it must be point true north, not only on a sunny day, but in headwinds and storms. Let me highlight 3 conditions among many: poverty, geopolitics, and war. Education in poverty. Where talent meets constraint, poverty is not a backdrop. It is an active force that shapes cognition, attendance, and nutrition, and aspiration. And in much of the developing world, the barrier is not simply the cost of school or the price of the uniform. It is the absence of infrastructure itself, the missing road that turns a short distance into a dangerous journey, the lack of transportation that forces a child to walk for hours, the unreliable electricity that erases evening study, the weak or the non-existent connectivity that makes digital learning a distant promise. There are teachers who share a single textbook with many students and teach under roofs that leak when it rains. There are students who do homework by candlelight and carry water before class. These are not abstract deficits. They are daily fictions that compound the lost years. When we celebrate education innovation, we must remember a simple truth. Innovation sits on infrastructure. A computer without power is only a doorstop. A learning platform without broadband is a blank screen. A curriculum without safe roads is a plan without a path. If talent is universal and infrastructure is not, then our responsibility is clear. Build the path that the talents deserve, especially in rural villages, informal settlements, island communities, and conflict-affected peripherals. The global agenda must honor the realities of the developing world, not only the priority of the developed. Education in geopolitics. When borders harden around ideas, geopolitics reaches into classrooms through sanctions, visa regimes, export controls, and narrative that cast learning as zero-sum. Research slows, exchanges shrink, curriculum harden into echo chambers. And when public life becomes a megaphone for suspicion, young people learn that curiosity is risky. Yet the imagination of our children is limited only by their exposure. Okay. We must open the world to the next generation. American students should visit China and other parts of the world, and Chinese students should be able to visit the United States. Real understanding does not grow from headlines. or hashtag. It grows from walking the campus together, sharing a meal, wrestling with a lab problem, getting lost in the city, and finding your way with a new friend. President Xi Jinping's advocacy to welcome 50,000 young Americans to visit China over 5 years is a constructive proposal. The United States should adopt a reciprocal policy of similar ambition. Let us make normal, not exceptional, for students to study, research, perform, serve across borders. If we treat knowledge as a contraband, we will impoverish every country. If we treat knowledge as a shared infrastructure, we will enrich every classroom. And let me add this, for those of you who have a chance to visit China, I would say that please visit the Schwarzman College in the Tsinghua University, NYU Shanghai in Shanghai, Duke Kunsan. You will see how America and China work its best when they're collaboratively together. And unfortunately, that's only happening in China. I have not seen any example in the United States. Education in war, learning amid rupture. War does more than shatter school buildings. It ends life, shatters family, and scars communities. Children lost parents, parents lost children, siblings are pulled apart by borders and years. Teachers and students who survive carry trauma that turns concentration into an act of courage. Records vanish, credentials are questioned, and steady rhythm of childhood, morning routines, friendships, sports, holidays are fractured into a sequence of escapes and uncertainty. The devastation is total, home reduced to rubbles, classrooms empty, playgrounds silent, supply chain break, and food grows scarce. Disease spread, and fear becomes ambient. Even after the guns fall silent, the unexploded ordnance littered the fields, grief lingers, and a generation must reclaim what it learned and feel safe. In such a moment, education is not a luxury. It is a lifeline. It is a thread that helps children rebuild routine, language, confidence, and hope. The practice that helps family reconnect, the institution that reminds us the community who they are beyond the ruins. If we truly value education, we must pursue peace. What then should we do? Here together across the sectors. We choose peace as the design. Education system should not be engineered without the consideration of conflict or disasters. They should help prevent it. Our specification is simple. Keep teaching and learning continue by keeping the peace, so power need not fail, roads need not flood with refugees, borders need not close, and families need not to be displaced. Choose peace so children can heal and learn. No child should be carrying an adult's burden of hunger, illness. Trauma is born of war. Let school be the sanctuary of health, nutrition, and care. Places where peace is practiced daily, violence has no foothold. Choose peace to keep knowledge rich open. Scholarship is not a battlefield. Let joint courses, co-taught labs, and share research outlast elections and tempers. When politics turn cold, our bridge must stay warm, because curiosity across border is the antidote to conflict. Choose peace to honor the teachers. Teachers are the first responder of mind. They should never be treated as combatants or collaterals. Protect their safety and dignity, help them grow, so classroom rise instead of collapse. Choose peace because every learner has a name. A village without power, a city with geopolitical crosswind, a town rebuilding after shells, all contain children with families and dreams. Any policy that forgets that humanity will fail, peace remembers, and peace makes learning possible. Friends, we live in an age where tools of biology can cure disease and tools of data can illuminate truth. The tool of industry can lift millions out of poverty, and the tools of communication can knit distant communities together. We also live in an age where same tools can divide, distract, and destroy. The results we get depend on the strength of our education. Let us teach for life, so science serves humanity. Let us teach for wisdom, so information becomes understanding. Let us teach for sustainability, so progress honors the planet. Let us teach for community, so connection becomes belonging. And let us teach in spite of poverty, geopolitics, and war, refusing to accept that a child's right to learn is optional, negotiable, or deferrable. The mind of a child is not a battlefield. It's a bargaining chip or a border. It's a promise to family, to nation, and to the human future. Let us keep that promise together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tan. That was very insightful, and thank you for sharing. So next, we're going to welcome a special guest, and he is His Highness Dr. Prince Mario Max, who is an author as well as an anchor, and also he's done so many philanthropic work around education. Let's give him a round of applause so he can share with us. Please welcome.
Thank you so much, and I'm so happy to be here with you. It's a very important week, and my name is Prince Mario Max Schaumburg-Lippe. I have a lot of friends here, but also for the new faces in my life. My family founded Hamburg, Lübeck, and Kiel in Germany, and my grandmother is Princess Feodora of Denmark, from the oldest monarchy in Europe. And we've been in government, in state business, the family, since 936. And the most famous educator in my family, for sure, is our second king, King Harald Bluetooth. And Bluetooth is a technology we all use. And Bluetooth was actually named after him. If you go to bluetooth.com, you will read the name King Harald Bluetooth. And he was known for being a pacifier, uniting the people, uniting the tribes in the old Viking lands. And therefore, when the technology was started, they wanted to figure out who was the first man who brought people together. And they said, we're going to credit King Harald Bluetooth. And they also used his family rune, his family sign, the B you have on your phone and in your car and everywhere. So to my personal background, education was always very important in my family. And I'm very proud and honored that my mother, Her Highness, Dr. Princess Antonia, is the leading lady in royalty when it comes to academic education. It started with cosmetology. It continued with a doctorate in veterinary medicine. It continued with a master's degree in law. And then she studied filmmaking and criminal law, because she served as an elected politician next to being a royal princess. And she would always help people and unite people and bring people together through education. And we know that education is not only key, but for me the most important part about education, it opens our horizons. And when I studied in different countries, I studied law in Austria, then law in Germany, and then I did a master's degree of IT at the Technical University in Dresden, and then I continued to study in the United States in the entertainment field. So I always learned when you come to other countries as a student, you really get to know other cultures, And the most important thing is you respect them. And I love that, because wherever you travel, if you open up and if you see what the local coloration is and what makes a different region beautiful, you always appreciate. And I always feel at home when I'm a student at a new area. And I studied a long time, because I continued one master's degree after the other and then a doctorate. And every second of my life when I studied, and I want to thank the dean and the professors and Professor Cheng, you really give us so much. And the best of you, and they're sitting here, you give us more than just the academic education, because you give us the education for life. And this I feel where it's most relevant, where I also read the key mission of the Institute, the key mission of the forum is to create relevant education. And that's the most important, because coming out of an institution, so many students tell me, we don't know where to go next. We do not feel ready for, they call it the real world. The academic world was good to us, was interesting, we made it, we've proven ourselves, we can sit through. But the most important part, the end of it, being ready for the world, outside of university, outside of college, that's where many institutions lack. And when I just heard the beautiful speeches of my previous speakers, you were both emphasizing the relevance of education, creating a career. And I took my part into the educational field by founding several educational institutions. So I did an arts academy in Salzburg in Austria that was a ballet academy. And now we developed outside of LA a program called IQ Range. And with this program, we developed a game, because all the kids love gaming, all the students like to be on their computers. And we developed with IQ Range a competitive game that goes as a board game with updates, as an app, but also as a TV show. And so this makes it relevant, and we want to bring this to the world, so the different regions in this world and the different kids from all different backgrounds can compete against each other and go their ranks up, and there is a winner. And whenever it's gaming and a winner, kids love it, students love it, because you want to prove yourself again in an academic level by showing how smart you are, that you can make it to the top. And I love that it is international, and with IQ Range I want to contribute into the fact that the computer games are huge, even addictive. We all know that everyone has a nephew and niece that sits at the computer, I'm sure, right? Do you know those? I get a lot of yeses on your heads. And therefore, I want to bring this over to making this a positive thing. Be addicted to an educational game. Prove that you can make it to the top and win a huge prize and land on television. So we bring all the elements that are kind of bringing people away from education back to the core, making education easy, accessible, and a global competitive phenomenon. On the other hand side, as a global peace ambassador, I know that we can bring peace through education in a very simple way, by just starting from scratch with our knowledge, but not with our history. So envision the current fighting world leaders coming together with only one thing, a mission statement, what they want. Not what all was burned in the past, what were the problems in the backpack they're carrying along, because this poisons and makes negotiations impossible. And so many times we see a leader changes and all of a sudden problems get resolved and settled and negotiations are fruitful. Why is that? Because the new leader comes in, says, let's sit down and fix it. And so there is a wonderful way to do these things, and we've done these things since 936, more than 1,000 years. And relatives of mine now are reigning in 11 countries. So there is a way to have a peaceful togetherness and bring peace to the world. And that is, I call it the reset button. And when current leaders learn about the reset button and not bring the package, then we can make it happen any day for any conflict. For the fellow speakers from China and the guests from China, I want to say, you're such a remarkable, outstanding country because of the people. It's such a hardworking and educational-driven mindset in China that is always inspiring me. And many, many times when I speak to my godson who lives in Monaco in Europe, or when I speak to students, I encourage them to look what Chinese students are capable of doing, of learning. And I feel every university in their board needs to have Chinese educators, professors, and someone who let them know, because there is something very special, and we learned a lot from you about the philosophy, what education can be, and how the world really advances through that. And as a final statement, I want to come also to the topic of AI. So I'm writing a daily column in the Chronicles, and I have a media company myself, and we reach 2 million people every day. And so many ask us about AI. Should we be scared? Should we be happy? And I always have to share one thing. AI is very fast, and it's going to be very supportive if we use it the right way. And the most important thing is, don't be afraid. Befriend AI, because something that powerful and something that can be utilized as a helpful tool, you want to be friends with. You don't want to have AI as an enemy. And it's going to be the next level of education where we are never going to be replaced by AI, but we need to learn how to oversee AI, because there's always going to be the educated, the smart brains in our society that are going to direct AI in the right direction and oversee AI results. And that, I feel, is going to be the next very important level, coming very quick. A lot of the regular processes are going to be taking over, but the ones who filter out what's good and release the AI result, I call them the AI operators, that's going to be the smart brains our institutions need to create now. And that way, with the AI operators, we still are going to have the human being in full control and the leadership by directing what knowledge the computer expels so quickly. For this UNGA, we are here at, for me, the most important forum, because it's about education, and it's a historic moment, because UNGA 2025, 80th year, and in which year are we now with the forum? The seventh year. So we're now in the 7th year, and I know that we, with the new medicine, or the children, will sit here in 73 years, and we're going to have an 80th forum happening of the Forum for World Education because of the relevance of your organization. And I thank you so much for having me, and I will make sure to spread the word in my media about the forum. And I'm hosting a lot of events. I hosted all the 8 New York Fashion Weeks, and I'm hosting summits on private family offices, wealth summits, educational summits. Whenever I host, I spread the word of education, and you are the center of education. And for that reason, I brought a very special surprise for the FWE president, Professor Dr. Cheng Davis. Please, could you join me here? Professor Davis, I present to you the Princely Award for Diplomatic Royal Achievements. And this goes to you as the president of the forum, because you were advancing the global leadership in education and science to a level never seen before. And as a global leader, it is my honor to bestow this royal award to you. Thank you, President.
Thank you.
much. Thank you, and enjoy the forum.
Thank you so much, and what a nice little surprise. And I do think a lot of the times Chen always prepares everything for us, but very much been behind all the lights to shine on her. So thank you, Prince Mario Max, for recognizing her to be the foundation for Forum for World Education. So thank you. And finally, I'm going to invite the last speaker for our opening session, who is the Vice President for Fudan University, President Chen Zhiming. So let's welcome.
Okay, distinguished colleagues and ladies and gentlemen, it's really my great pleasure and honor to join this forum. I was in a town for some AI conference, but I'm really glad that before we departure from New York, and we can join this forum, at least for the opening. I think that this forum is of special importance because over the last several years, after pandemic, I was involved as a VP for International Partnership at Fudan University in dialogues with our American counterparts. So I think that the Chinese Association of International Educational Exchange, they organized the first VP dialogue in 2023 in the United States, but I was not available, had a time, and so we had another VP went there. And 2024, the Chicago University, they host the presence meeting, right? So all the presidents from leading Chinese universities and some American counterparts, they met in Chicago, discussed the education of university collaboration in this new area. And last year in November in Beijing, the Chinese Association of International Educational Exchange, they organized a 3-day workshop. So bring together, I think, 12 American VPs and similar number of the Chinese VPs. So I was sitting there in Beijing for 3 days talking to our American counterparts about research, student mobility, and all kinds of matters regarding the U.S.-China higher education relations. We were scheduled to have this year's conference in the U.S., and they talk about that maybe in Washington in October, but that didn't happen. I just got the notice that they will move this year's conference to Hong Kong in next year, February. So this year, actually, there is no high-level dialogue between the U.S. Higher education leaders and Chinese counterparts, right? So this forum really serves a special, value to engage in this dialogue at high level between U.S. and China educational institutions. I think that education play a very important role in the development of U.S. and China, two countries, and also the relationship between the two countries. We claim that we founded in 1905, so this is our 120th anniversary, and this new Fudan University is a merger of the Shanghai Medical University and Fudan University. So we had a founder of the Shanghai Medical College, President Yan Fuqing, right? He graduated from Yale University, and longest serving president of Fudan University before the, in the Republic era, called President Li Denghui. But I have to stress, this is our Li Denghui, it's not that Li Denghui. I accompanied the former KMT leader, my angel. We visited our university history museum and said, "Oh, your Li Denghui is that good, very good." Not, not the other one. So he also graduated from Yale, and so that's a kind of a historical ties between the Fudan and the American United States, right? So we had the Madame Xie Xi, the only female lady president of Fudan University. She got PhD from MIT and went back in China in 1950, but she hosted the President Reagan his visit to Fudan in 1984 and delivered the first American speech in a Chinese university. And later, it's kind of a bit tradition, right? So we had President Clinton coming to Shanghai, talking to our, professors, one of the leading American studies expert in China, Professor Wu Xingbo, and he still that time a bit younger. So he asked questions, and President Clinton, in that conversation, he laid out the American 3-no policy regarding Taiwan. So it is that, semi-official occasion, the United States government declared the 3-no policy regarding Taiwan. And our President Yang Yuliang hosted, I think, President Obama's Shanghai townhouse speech, right? The Center for American Studies at Fudan, we also host former President, Joe Biden, when he served as the chairman of the Senate Foreign Affairs Committee, right? So there's lots we have seen that universities are connecting the countries, connecting the peoples, but also play a role in helping the development of the two countries' relationship. Nowadays, I think that if we look at the top industries in the United States, right, either in AI or in semiconductor, our Tsinghua graduates play a very important role, right? So you have quite some numbers of former graduates. They are in the core group of OpenAI team, right? So I think that this is a very nice story how education play in this development of a relationship in our both societies. But we all know, because of other political situations and also the pandemic, that this relationship suddenly goes to a standstill, right, after 2020. So the American side said, okay, in 2022, 2023, only 300 American students study in China, right? Compare with lots of huge numbers before that, although the number is going down already. So I think it's very important, Mr. Tan said, to reconnect, right? So Fudan University, we had the privilege to work with the Chinese Association of International Education Exchange. We organized the first big student gathering in the beginning of 2024 in Shanghai. So and kick off the so-called YES program, the Young Envoy Scholars Program. They are announced by the Minister of Education in Shanghai on a boat, right, to about 140 American students. But we know that time, people are so nervous, because just after the pandemic, all the places we go, or all people are very scared, They were closed for some time, and now we're opening up, right? But 2024, we got a figure in the end that more than 15,000 American students visit China, right? So we see a big rebound that, after 2024. I checked my figure at my university that this year we have almost like 500 American professors and 500 American students coming for short or for degree studies. So it's about 1,000. So I think it's good. We see all the Schwarzman programs and all the leading Tsinghua programs are prospering now, still. But my final question is that, so do we now, we will have a new normal, or we are still facing a turning point, right? Because my expectation is that there will be limitations on those areas that Americans, Congress deem sensitive, right? But in other areas, people are coming to in two ways. So that might be an unfortunate but acceptable situation. We certainly hope for better, right? But the question is that whether even this new normal could not be sustained, right? So that is really the question at my heart, and I'm really looking forward. All the wise, colleagues, you could have 1 day to go and have good answer, and we could follow up in Hong Kong in February. So, thank you very much. Really my pleasure.
Thank you very much, President Chen. And I do think that Fudan in many ways serve as a great example of cultural exchange and diplomacy through education. So next we're gonna be jumping into our second session. Is Mr. Andreas Schneischer, who is the Director for Education Skill Sets at the OECD. Andreas has been a great friend to FWE since the inception and the beginning. So we cannot emphasize enough of his importance and his input to Forum for World Education. So now let's welcome Mr. Andreas Schneischer to join us and provide us a great presentation for.
Thank you very much, and I just worry that I stand between you and the screen. Maybe I move a little bit to the side so that you can see. And first of all, I want to express my thanks to Cheng Davis for her tireless leadership in this field to build the kind of bridges that we talked about in this first session. And the reason that I say this is because those bridges do not come natural to us as humans. We are born with a kind of bonding social capital. We relate well to the families we come from, to people who share the same beliefs, who look like us, who feel like us, who think like us. And it takes a deliberate effort to connect with people who are different from us, to see the world through different lenses and perspectives, to appreciate different ways of thinking in different cultures. And this is precisely what education is about. The benefits are clear. It's not just, that this translates into better income and so on. It translates into better trust. We have very strong data at the OECD showing that your trust in people who are different from you is a direct function of the education that you receive. And it's not difficult to understand. The world that you do not know, you will not trust. We see that your health is related to this. Your happiness in life is very much related to the investment you make into the future. But it takes an effort, and I want to start with this. I want to just give you an indication of, what is the effort that countries make in their future. The difficulty is, despite all the benefits that we have, talked about, it takes an investment. And you need to make that investment today to reap the benefits in decades. And that's never easy for humans. As humans, we're always, reluctant to make investments in the future when we have to pay for them today. But you can see in many countries the investment is significant. And the United States is among them. If you look, only Norway, United Kingdom, Israel, and Chile invest a greater share of the national income into their future, into education. And other countries it's a lot less. But we also know that, an average can hide a lot of variability. When you look, for example, in the case of the United States, you can see if you are in Idaho, spending per student is more like in Lithuania, in Europe, poor country. And if you are living in the District of Columbia in Washington, you spend more per student than any country in the world. Huge variability, and often what we see is that the investment that we make is correlated with the social context in which you're born. It's actually hard for us to invest the resources where they can make most of a difference. That's what the future of education needs to be about. And the other really important point is that, money is one kind of the investment that we make, but not actually the most effective ones. When you look actually the relationship between the investment that we make per student on the horizontal axis and the quality of learning outcomes on the vertical axis, you can see at the beginning of the curve, for countries that are poor, money makes a huge difference. You spend a little bit more and you get a lot better outcomes. But when you move to the right side of the chart, money is not a great predictor for the success of an education system. This world is no longer divided between rich and well-educated nations and poor and badly educated ones. That used to be the case, but it's no longer the case. I give you an example. The United States spends about 10 times as much per student as Vietnam. But it doesn't get better results when you look at the learning outcomes of students. So money only gets you so far. In the countries I work with, most of the countries of the OECD, Japan is a very high-performing education system. Only sort of Singapore comes out with better results, significantly better results. And even Japan does not spend that much on education. It's just an average spender. So that's really important. Money is necessary, but it's not sufficient for success. We need to think much harder about what makes education successful. Oops. And part of the reason is that we have to make difficult choices when we talk about education. This slide is not about higher education. It's more about the foundation, schools. And you can see, for example, on the vertical axis, how generous are you with teacher supply? Now, how many teachers do you hire for every 100 students? On the horizontal axis, you see the size of the class. And you can take, again, you look at the United States and Japan on this. They spend about a similar share of teachers for every 100 students. They're similarly generous in supplying teachers. But you can see in the case of Japan, teachers teach very large classes. In the United States, the classes are very small. And you could ask yourself, why the hell would Japan, when they have lots of teachers, make the classes large? Wouldn't it be much better to be like the United States, to put everybody in small classes? It's much more convenient. But the answer is that the Japanese use time of teachers in very different ways. They want that their teachers have time to work with students outside the classrooms, to connect with the families, to connect with each other, to advance their profession. You're not just delivering one lesson after the other. You are a professional that advances the profession. In China, it's very, very similar in that approach. What matters for people is not just the delivery of instruction. What matters for them is ownership of professional practice. And they pay for that with a larger class. Two countries having similar resources, investing them very, very differently. Second part to look at is, how much do you want your teachers to teach? In the United States, the smaller class means do you have to invest more hours of teaching? Now, you spend one of the highest numbers, only Costa Rica, Chile, and Peru ask their teachers to teach longer teaching days. But comes at a cost. Teachers have very little time to do anything else with the students. To connect with them, to support them, to do outside the classroom support. It's very, very difficult to do. For a teacher in Japan, it's very easy to do. They teach a little bit more than half of the number of hours. have plenty of time for other things in teaching. So once again, how we invest our resources is critically important in how we advance the education system. Student hours. This is a real surprise. Now you think, well, Japan gets these very, very good results, and actually, again, the picture, I don't have data for the instruction hours for China here, but the picture is very similar when you look at estimates. School days are not that long, but actually the results are very good. And the question is not how many hours do you spend learning, the question is one of productivity. How much do you learn in every hour that you're taught? And we can see huge differences across countries, and this is where learning from each other could be so relevant. It's not about the volume of investment, it's the nature and the quality of investment that really makes a lot of a difference. Finally, how do you pay your teachers? Would you want your child to be a teacher or rather a lawyer or economist and so on? And those questions really, really matter. Now, what's the status of the people who are the engineers of our future? The teachers are the ones who build tomorrow's society, tomorrow's economy. They will live the future today that you want to see in your people tomorrow. They're the most influential people. And you can see there are some countries that pay them really well, and there are countries that pay them really poorly. The United States gets the last place on this chart. Think about this. The United States was among the 5 countries with the largest spending on education. There's plenty of money in the education system. It gets the last place when it comes to the people who actually drive that education system. That's about spending choices. What do you value more? The sports club, the swimming pool, the infrastructure, the non-educational service, or the people who live that future? Again, these are decisions that we make in education. Countries make very, very different decisions. These are not absolute salaries. These are the salaries relative to what somebody else would gain with the same qualification. That's a fair comparison. You compare yourself with someone with a similar qualification, and you can see actually as a teacher, in some countries you do really well. In many countries, it's not such a great choice. And this is really, I think, an indication of, we talked about the value of education, how important it is, but, the one way we can measure this is how do we treat the people who build that education for tomorrow? Very important point to make. And it has changed in many countries. You can see actually most countries, the bars finally are going up. Many countries have made very significant investments over the last decade to improve the working conditions of teachers. But it's not true everywhere. There's some, where the bars have gone down and so on. So it's a quite mixed kind of picture. But again, it's one of the most telling stories. I think when you want to see, people say education is important. Do they live by that? That's one of the indicators that we can actually see to what extent that is borne out in practice. Maybe that's a little bit, less relevant for our discussions here, but it's an indicator also. How much discretion do you give people in choosing the school that matches themselves best? And here you can see, for example, the share of students who go into schools that are publicly paid, but managed by private entities. If you go, for example, into the Netherlands, every school is run by society, by the churches, by other organizations, and so on. A lot of initiative. If you are a group of parents who have a great idea about education, you go to the government and say, you want to get the money, and you get the support, you can build your school, as long as you deliver a certain, amount of results. So, system run by society. In Asia, Hong Kong is a very similar example. In Hong Kong, almost all of the schools are also run by civil society. And in other countries, that's very, very rare. But I think it's another question. What responsibility is education like the postal service, something that the government provides, or is that something where, society takes a stake, a direct set of responsibilities? And you can see the answers to that is very, very different. So that was about the investment. Let's briefly talk about the benefits. And I, at this point, only look at the economic benefits. We do have also very powerful data on the social benefits. Again, education equals trust. Education equals life satisfaction. Education equals health. It's actually all the same story. But, it's always easiest to measure with money. And you can see that education has huge benefits. In fact, when you see those numbers, that it doubles your salary by getting a college, you ask yourself, why wouldn't we invest as a society a lot more resources into the future of our countries? And the answer is, well, it comes so much later. But you can see, and the United States is among, the top countries here where actually, getting a bachelor's degree, it has a huge payoff. And I say this because there are many people who start to doubt this these days. People say, well, very expensive, costs a lot of tuition, and so on. Is it still wise to get a college degree? Well, statistically, the answer is very, very clear to that. It doesn't work out for everyone. And that's, again, where the role of society comes in. I think society should make sure that people do not take an individual risk. Unfortunately, in the United States, that's the case. You take a loan, and then you can't pay it back, and then you're indebted, and all those kinds of stories. That's something society can address. In England, you also get a loan. It's provided by the government. It's contingent on your future income. If you are unlucky and you do not earn a great income, well, you're not going to pay back your loan. So you can protect people against that risk. But the idea that, everyone should have that opportunity to invest in their future is really important, and the payoff to societies is very, very strong. And actually, you can say numbers are increasing. You can say almost, every year we add, on average across the OECD, 1 percentage point. And people ask themselves, where should this be going? And the answer to this is, well, a century ago, we had the same discussion about high school. We ask ourselves, how many people do we want to complete high school? Finally, we concluded, well, it's everybody's foundation. We need that. And today, it's what you can say about post-secondary education. It's the kind of investment that you need to make in yourself to have a really good future. And I'm not saying that it has to be college. Many countries provide a lot of interesting alternatives. If you don't like to study in a university, you can learn at the workplace, get a similar qualification. There are plenty of ways to deal with this. But what we can conclude for us today is that some kind of post-secondary education is like the foundation that you need to have a decent future in the societies we live in. There's no end in sight. Can I say that confidently? Absolutely. I mean, here's the trend data, and I show you here for the OECD and for the United States, and you can see despite the massive increase in college graduation, we have not seen a depreciation in the wages. No? 20 years ago, people thought, maybe one day everybody has a college degree and works for the minimum wage, not because there will be a massive deflation on the labor market value of degrees. Has not happened. No. So far, may not always work. So far, the rise in people with better qualifications has not led to a decline in the pay, which is what we see at the low end of the skills spectrum. Now, the people without foundation skills see rapidly deteriorating life prospects. You still get a job, possibly, but you get less and less earnings. This is where the polarization in income comes from. And that polarization income, drives the kind of labor market polarization. It drives the kind of civic polarization. It drives the kind of political polarization. This is where all those topics reconnect. But, the line so far has been very encouraging. We can confidently say that, the benefits are pretty clear. It doesn't work out for all fields of study. Now, what is very clear, if you study in the STEM fields, you are more likely to earn a good salary than if you study, health and welfare or other things. And that perhaps tells the story that we should give young people a clear idea, where they best invest their efforts. Universities are often very, very good to market courses that are easy to provide at low cost and not telling young people the truth of, what's the long-term life prospects of this. Some countries have started to do that, you know. In the case of Korea, the money that a university gets from the public is now contingent on the future employment of people. No? So if you offer courses that really have not much of a benefit, you're not going to get subsidies for that. So there are countries starting to deal with this, but generally speaking, we're not yet very good at this. No? We have still a growing, in many countries, still a growing mismatch. No? You have young graduates having difficulties finding a good job, and at the same time, employers saying, we cannot find the people with the skills we need. Now, there's something that we need to do better, and those kinds of disparities show you there's room for improvement. In many education systems, not just a story for the United States, I think it's pretty much the same. Now, good education costs money. I come back to this, and you can see the United States is, when you look at universities, almost a class in its own. You know, you have, you know, Luxembourg is a very special case. I'm not going to talk about that very much, but you look at, you know, Luxembourg, United States and the UK, exorbitant cost. No. And once again, remember, cost doesn't equal value. No. That's the problem. Why are these costs so high? Why can universities in the United States charge so high tuition? Well, because they charge you for your future earnings. And the future earnings are not due to what the university provides. They're a lot due to, you know, the history of education that you had in school, maybe to some personal characteristics. But, you know, education is still a very monopolistic business. So universities can actually, you know, by offering the credentials, by having monopolies over credentials, they can still, you know, make a lot of money out of this for students. And I believe that's going to change with technology. We're seeing this increasing unbundling between, you know, education content, delivery, and accreditation. And the moment universities lose that monopoly over accreditation, we're going to see a very, very different world. People are going to get much more ownership over what they learn and how they learn and where they learn and even when in their lives they learn. Singapore these days has, you know, they give you, when you're born, they give you a credit. And then, you know, you can decide how you invest that money for education. You can say, yeah, I want to go to college, and you use that up. Or you can say, I'm going to go to work for a moment. No? And then later on, I'm going to restudy or learn at the workplace. You take full ownership over your learning trajectory, and it has put universities into perspective. There are now alternatives. Now. Singapore used to be a country totally driven by credentialism. Only academic degrees were counting for people. Nowadays, it's actually a market where people make different choices. And they can do because the financing follows the students in that way. And you can see, actually, universities have second thoughts about the levels of tuition. I think that's something that we need to think about. And you can see, again, tuition in the United States is a class in its own. Now, there's no country that comes anywhere near. And that's true not just for private institutions. It's also true for public institutions. That's a reality. At the very same time, you know, tuition is high, but if you actually look at the benefits, they're also very high. The United States comes second after Chile in terms of the added benefits. If you are a woman in the United States, you get a college degree, it adds about $500,000 to your lifetime earnings. Now, that's a lot of money, far more than what you pay in tuition. So for those who can afford it, it's an amazing investment. And that's something that we should never forget. Education is that investment in your own future, is that investment in the future of your country, is the investment in the future of the planet. You know, all of those things come together. And that's, I think, something that we should, against the cost. You know, I personally believe, you know, we have to deal with the costs. I think they've got out of control in a country like the United States. And that's something that universities have to come to grips with or create alternatives. But at the same time, we should never forget that, you know, overall the investment is very, very, very strong. But the other part I want to talk about is, you know, do we give the best places to the most talented students or the ones from the wealthiest families? And it's a quite sad story. You know, if you come from a well-educated family, it doesn't matter in which country you live. You can see almost 60, 70% of people also get a college degree. Isn't that interesting? If you come from a well-educated family, it doesn't matter in which country you live, you're likely to get a college degree. But if you do not have parents with a decent education, you can see that's where countries vary. For the well-educated, doesn't matter. For the poorly educated, actually, access varies hugely. If you are in Denmark or in Korea, you can say also their chances are lower, but at least the bar is much, much longer. You at least have a 50%, almost 50% chance. In the case of the United States or Germany or Estonia and so on, the chances diminish. If you are in the Slovak Republic, it's 1 to 10. And that's clearly an indication that often the best places in college do not go to the ones who deserve it, they go to the people who have the best starting conditions. And that's something our societies, that's where we lose the potential of our societies. That's where we waste the kind of talent that we really, really want to foster. Again, and that has a lot to do with the financing mechanisms. Having systems like, for example, people would say, oh, if you charge tuition, then you will have social inequality. But remember, after the United States, who was the second highest country with tuition? United Kingdom. And actually, if you look to England, they come out a lot better than the US in terms of equity and access. So you can deal with this. The income contingent loan systems, the means-tested grants that the UK provides, are a way to mitigate social inequality very effectively. So society, now people say, well, it costs the government some money when people don't repay their loans. Yeah, but the government in the UK earns a lot more money from all the people who do complete their degrees. In fact, the British government makes over $100,000 profit on every graduate they support. So there are answers to this question of equality, and I think we can do a lot better than what you can see on this chart. I think that's really, really important. The other point I want to make is, often we see college as the only route to success, and that is, a problem in the Western world, and even greater problem in Asia, where basically it's not just the labor market outcomes, it's a signaling effect. China is a perfect example. You can say college degree for economic success, benefits are maybe not so obvious, but it's a kind of social prestige. It's the cultural prestige that comes with this. And I think the answer to this is we should be better to provide alternatives. You can say, oh, the United States is actually really successful. You can say about half of young people get what we call a short cycle degree, an associate's degree, or something that is not college. The problem is that most of those degrees actually have relatively poor outcomes. But that's a US problem, that's not a general problem. In many countries, employment outcomes are really good. If you're in Slovenia, in the Netherlands, Hungary, Switzerland, Germany, those kinds of short programs have very strong labor market outcomes. So that's an issue of, creating better alternatives, not just shorter alternatives, but better alternatives. But I think in general, when we think about the future of higher education, it shouldn't just be 3 or 4 year degrees. There should be a much more granular way of people making choices of what works best for them, and then also engage later on in upskilling and reskilling and all of those kinds of things. And it's true for earnings as well. The short cycle courses in the United States generally are not paying very much. But it's not everywhere. In many countries actually they are good investment. In some countries they get you close to a college degree investment. So it's a matter of designing a system that works really better for people. It's not against that kind of principle. The other part, and I know people disagree with this, is when do you start giving people more discretion over how they want to learn? If you are in Austria, in the Slovak Republic, and so on, about half of young people already in high school decide how they want to learn, how they prefer to learn. Half of the people say, look, I really like to learn in an applied way. I don't like to study in a classroom. And they can do that. The system offers them lots of kind of alternatives to learn. The United States gets, after Mexico, the last place on this now. Everybody has to go to one system. And some high schools try to simulate the world of work, but it's never done really well. No. Your best electricians want to be electricians. They don't want to teach in high school, and so on. So I think it's not about simulating the reality, it's giving young people better access to reality. And you can see in many countries that is now part of the work. As a high school student, you choose how do you like to learn in a more abstract way, in a more applied way. And it's not a quality stigma, it's just a different way of learning. And I think in the future, we need to see more variety on this, or we're going to continue to see high levels of dropouts. People who just, when you ask actually, and we do that, when you ask young people, why didn't you complete your high school degree? Or very few people talk, some do, economic reasons. I couldn't afford it, or I had to help my families and so on. The vast majority of people say, school was a waste of time. It was not something that actually made sense for me, for my present and the future. Improving the relevance is so critically important, and that has a lot to do with this. Like what, do we offer young people in terms of diversity of learning pathways to prepare them for their future. Coming back to higher education, international mobility. This is perhaps the most surprising picture. When you did that kind of analysis 20, 30 years ago, the United States was always way off number one. The United States was the most attractive country for international students. When you do that analysis today, you have to look very, very far down the line. Not because actually the United States has become less attractive. Actually, if you look at the data, 10 years ago, it was not so different. But many other countries have expanded their markets for international students. Internationalization has become a global trend, and it has reached beyond the English-speaking world. That's very, very interesting. And I must say, to myself in the OECD, 20 years ago, we have said, this is an English-speaking phenomenon. Offer English courses, and you're going to be very successful. Today, that is not so clear anymore. You can see some of the fastest growing markets here. You can see here Austria, Switzerland, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, Slovak Republic. They have very clear internationalization strategies in languages that few people actually speak. So it is an area where if you want to have an international student market, you can do that these days. You don't have to, and in the case of the United States, there has not been that much effort behind that, as we have seen in other countries. So today, and the most, so again, Luxembourg is a very special case, but Australia, UK, Canada, they are not only the biggest shareholders in relative terms, but they're also the fastest movers on this case. They're very clear kind of approaches. For them, they see the value of this. And actually, if you talk to universities, most universities will see this not just as a source of income, that's perhaps the most obvious one, but they also see that as an enormous source of their intellectual capital. And that's why, some of the countries actually do not even charge international students. Countries in Europe, offer higher education for free to international students because they know the benefits they get from that are so much greater than the costs they pay as a university. But fortunately, we still see an expansion of the pie. Some people think, well, internationalization is sort of drying up, people make second choices and so on. Not what we see so far. We see a very clear trend towards growing internationalization. More young people have the resources, the means to go elsewhere for the purpose of study. And again, I think that's the best investment that we can make in intercultural understanding. You cannot simulate this on the digital world or with online courses. That is the personal experience that you make. In fact, I think the online world does the opposite. The online world, amplifies your own ways of thinking. It connects you with people who think like you and so on. And I think this effort to go to another country, experience another culture, is not something you can easily replace with any other means. And that's, again, why I think the work that FWE makes is so incredibly important as an investment in our collective future. Very last point, oops, what I'm doing here, it goes much too fast. Very last point I want to make, and that's an important one, is that, degrees are not the same as skills. If you actually, and that's something that we do at the OECD, we do not really trust degrees and qualifications. We measure the skills of people directly. We give people large assessment. That's what our PISA assessment is about, and we have recently done a PISA for adults, where we actually went out to the workforce, assessed the skills directly, and we can see in every country, if you do not have a high school degree, you enter up mostly low skilled. If you get a kind of college degree or equivalent, you are more highly skilled. Now, so far, this story is very simple. Yes, there is a relationship between education attainment and skill levels. But, when you look at this across countries, it plays out in very, very different ways. You can see, for example, a high school student in Finland has skill levels that compare with college graduates in many other countries. So across countries, degrees are not a very good currency. We need to become better at measuring what people know and can actually do rather than just looking at where and how they studied. And I could show you that within countries, and you will see that, prestigious universities are not always at the high end of the skill spectrum. Usually there's a lot of variation. Sometimes the universities that we do not yet respect that much, that are maybe second-tier universities, actually come out very strongly on the skill distribution. That's a very, very important point. We need to become better in valuing the skills that people actually have rather than just valuing the formal credentials that people get. You can see you get very, very different answers to their question. What we also forget, and that comes back to the polarization in our societies, is that in our economies and societies, we have a lot of people with very, very low skills. What you can see here in the red bar is people performing below level 1 on our assessment. That's about the skills of a 10-year-old child, reading skills. So what you can see is that, in many countries, you have a quarter. United States is a good example. More than a quarter of adults, workers, do not have the skills that you expect from a 10-year-old child. These people exist. You do not meet them because, you have a certain kind of clientele around you that is not. But, when you actually go out to the population, that exists. And that share of low-skilled people has increased over the last decade. We measured that 10 years ago. We measured it now, and you can see in most countries, actually, there is a growing share of people who have lost a connection to our societies. Now, these days, you can't even buy a bus ticket without those kinds of skills. And that is a reality that we tend to ignore in our societies. And again, that drives the kind of polarization in our economies, in our societies, in the political world. And once again, if you go to Chile, it's the majority of people. Now, of course, fortunately, a lot of people have great skills, and that, helps us move our economies forward. But, we should not underestimate the liabilities that we have at the lower end of the skill spectrum. People fall through the cracks. And there's no need for that. I think you can see, if you're in Japan, in Sweden, in Finland, the share is very low. So we could do a lot better with that. But I think it's a reality. And I already mentioned it. I go through that very briefly, if I can. And you can see this is just a trend. And you can see in the United States, in most countries, it's gone backwards. Particularly literacy skills. People say it's been a pandemic, it's not so clear. I would say technology has a lot to do with this. If you think about 10, 20 years ago, you read a lot more complex text than you read today. You read maybe even books, novels, where you have to build a mental representation of something that is really complex, figure out different characters and so on. Today, you just become a consumer of, that marmalade that comes out of ChatGPT and presents, your own kind of makings. Now, that's sort of contributing to the decline in human skills, and I think that's something particularly visible at the low end of the spectrum. The problem is you no longer have to read as in the past. No? It's actually, and as humans, we're always very good in trading in our autonomy against convenience. No? There's something, and we're always better in inventing new tools than to use them wisely. No? That's the dilemma, and it hits people at the low end of the skills spectrum, and we should not, I know FWE will look very much to sort of the frontier and the higher education world, but we should not forget that other end of the skills spectrum will influence the future of our countries as much as the top end of the skills spectrum. That's really what I wanted to share with you. The very, very last chart is just about, the early foundations. That's also not something that we should forget. We have very powerful data that the most important investments you make in the future is not in school or high school or university, is actually in the early years. No? That's where you build the kind of foundations that enable you to access the resources in society. And we can see in many countries been a lot of progress. Even 3-year-olds now have some form of early childhood education support and care. In the United States, that's still a minority among the 3-year-olds. And when you look at what that minority is often those from disadvantaged backgrounds, those who actually need it most, get the least of that support. They arrive in school with poorer conditions, starting conditions, and from that day, it becomes an uphill struggle. If you come from a wealthy background, you will always find open doors in life. Even if you're not so great in school, someone is going to help you find the right college. But, if you do not have those conditions, now, if you come from a poor background, you just have one single chance in life, and that is, you meet a great teacher and you end up in a good school. If you miss that boat, life will work against you. That's at least what you can see from this data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andreas. Always super, super informative. And the data, I saw a lot of cameras up when you were presenting. So that shows how much we are appreciating the data that OECD has provided us while we were studying the trends of education. So as we are be mindful of time, so we're going to speed up the process. And then next, please allow me to welcome Senior Vice Dean Netta Singh from the University of Pennsylvania, the Wharton School, to share with us the practices at Wharton. Thank you.
All right, let's see. I'm a professor of innovation, so I'm going to innovate. I'm going to stand over here, if that's okay, because I also have a few slides. All right, wonderful. So great to be here, and my gratitude to Dr. Chang Davis for inviting me. Very illuminating speeches today. So I wanted to talk about what we do at Wharton in this kind of a turbulent times in the world economy, really, to bridge educational systems between the United States and China and other countries. Now, first of all, so a couple of words about the Wharton School. I'm sure many of you know who we are. So we are part of the oldest university in the United States. University of Pennsylvania was founded in 1740. We are the oldest business school in the United States. We were founded in 1881. We are also the biggest business school in the United States. So most business schools in the United States have only graduate degrees. We actually go all the way to high school programs and even middle school programs. So some people might not know that. I'll talk about this today. And our biggest distinction is, I like to say, we are not just the biggest business school in the United States, we are also the best business school. So many of my colleagues and friends ask me, there are many of those rankings nowadays. All kinds of journals rank business schools and so on. So how do I know which one is the right one? And it's very, very simple tests that you can make. If Wharton is ranked #1, that's the right ranking, okay? Everything else is wrong. Everything else has some kind of a problem with the methodology. So it's a very, very simple way to identify that. Now, I've been at Wharton for 25 years, and at some point, my kids started asking me, they said, well, Dad, you are a professor of business. What is it that you do good for the world, you know? And for a while, I didn't have a very good answer. I'm like, well, you know, we are teaching how to make more profit, and that doesn't sound necessarily very good. But then a colleague of mine, an economics professor, pointed out to me a very important fact, which I kind of have been telling people now for many, many years. If you look at China many years ago, China was a pretty poor country. So, you know, the share of Chinese population in extreme poverty was about 90% in around 1980. So it's not such a long time ago. And now, if you look at poverty in China now, it's basically close to zero. Why? What did that? Was it politicians? Was it some miracle, you know, better climate or whatever? No, it was really business and innovation. And why this mattered is because business, small businesses, big businesses gave people incentives to be productive, to become more productive. Innovation, not only technological innovation. In China, initially, there wasn't much technological innovation. There was what I would call business model innovations, bringing new business models to the market. That's what took people out of poverty. It enabled China to really leapfrog development and jump ahead of many, many other economies into a country which is now at the very kind of a top of economy of the world. So. And if we teach business, that transcends boundaries, that people understand now that this brings out countries out of poverty. It's not politicians, it's not like where you are located, it's not your history necessarily. You know, there are plenty of countries in a very good location with great history, but they are not necessarily kind of at the top of economic development. It's really business. And if we teach business, we can continue bringing people out of poverty. And that, I think, is a very powerful message. So what do I see as kind of two kind of important, one important thing to mention is that business is a #1 major across the world, across entire universities, undergraduate degrees, graduate degrees. What we see is that business education ranks #1 among younger people. And also, if you look at graduate degrees, it's the same story. Graduate business degrees are by far the most popular in the world, and in the United States in particular. So what kind of trends am I observing in recent, maybe decade? I would identify a couple of trends in business education, and I think they go beyond just business education. So trend #1 is from person to online. So we learned something in COVID. COVID actually helped in some ways, and now all kinds of asynchronous ways to deliver education, they kind of stick with us. But second trend is from degree to non-degree. We see less and less demand for formal degree education that takes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years. And more we see emergence of badges, certificates, and upskilling programs and so on. I coined this term, you know, I don't know if it's a very good one, education from cradle to grave, you know. So cradle, everybody likes, grave, not so much, you know. But I think increasingly we see that people don't just think about, I'm going to go to a school for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and that's when I'm going to get education, and the rest I'm going to just leverage it to work. We see that people are wanting to get education in pieces as it becomes relevant to their life from the very early time to the very late time in their careers. Now, what's interesting, there are plenty of ways to do business education when you are older. There are, executive education programs. There are all kinds of courses out there. But if you think about younger audiences, so at the undergraduate level, we offer business degrees. But how do we prepare kids for business degrees in school? And the answer is we don't. High schools rarely have business classes. There is maybe one kind of understanding your money class or something very, very basic. And business schools don't do that, because at the business school, we usually start at the graduate level. Very few business schools even have undergraduate level degrees. So this is where we became pioneers. So we launched what we call Wharton Global Youth Programs, which educate middle school and high school children in business. And no other business school does it in any kind of a level of scale. We now educate thousands and thousands of children in all kinds of topics of business. You can scan the URL here. You can see what we do. We have in-person programs. We have online programs. We have programs all around the world. We have free programs. We have some programs which are not so free. We have programs for children who cannot afford those programs and so on. So we created the first high school focused source of business content. That does not exist anywhere else. You can go, if you are an adult, you can go and you can read Wall Street Journal, right? If you are 13, 14, 15-year-old, you're not going to be able to understand Wall Street Journal. So we created an absolutely free resource for children to read about business. You can answer all kinds of questions. You can compete and win all kinds of prizes in our competitions. All of this is completely free. If you are a high school teacher, we have free teaching materials. You can come to us. We certify you as an educator, and you can take our cases. We give you syllabi. We give you videos. We give you whatever you want. If you would like, for example, to teach entrepreneurship to your kids in high school, that's absolutely available, so we make it absolutely free. We have lots of different programs for high school kids. Just, for the coming year, we have investment competition, which is completely free to participate. We have around 70 countries, kids from 70 countries participating. China is by far the biggest participant there. Every year in the finals of our investment competition, we have at least 2-3 teams coming from China and presenting. We have classes on campus in Philadelphia, in San Francisco. We also opened in Cambridge in United Kingdom. This year we are launching Dubai. I think Singapore might be coming up this year or next, I'm not sure. We have new high school business research program. If you would like to understand how to do research in business, that will be available this summer as well. And many, many topics, too many to list here. So if you scan the URL code, you can take a look at all kinds of programs that we offer. We enroll several thousand students every summer now. So really, really massive undertaking. We get 10,000 applications, I think we got this summer. So this was comparable to our MBA program, which is 100 years old. And this program, again, we launched this only 5 years. It doubles in size every year because the demand is so high. We see incredible opportunity in bridging this gap for younger children. And I think children are really my biggest hope in China. If we start educating children from very young age in business, they will grow up understanding the Western way of thinking, the Western way of building businesses. So that will give us a completely new kind of a generation that speaks our language, the Western language. What else are we doing? So, of course, send us your kids; they'll have fun. We are not just educating them; we are also, having all kinds of trips with them, taking them New York, taking them to DC, having all kinds of interesting speakers. So they really have a blast. Let me talk about graduate, some degree programs. So we continue to enroll international students across our programs, depending on a program, typically around 30%. China is one of the biggest suppliers, of course, of international students. We always had trips to China to take Western students to see Chinese economy. And that, of course, stopped in COVID. There was a bit of a slow recovery after that, but I'm glad to say that starting last year, we started going again to China on global modular courses where we take students to Beijing, Shanghai. I used to teach this class, Innovation in China. This was one of the best classes I ever taught. Students enjoyed it tremendously, so we are back doing this. We still have a foothold in China. We have a Penn Wharton China Center in Beijing. We do lots of activities through our center. What might be most interestingly, so we leverage technology to launch a completely new type of executive MBA program. It's targeting not just China, but let's say Asia, mostly China and India, and it can be completed in just 6 residential modules. Only 3 of them happen in the United States. 3 of them can happen in Asia. For example, I delivered 1 module in December in Korea. And the rest is online, synchronous or asynchronous in Asia time zone. So that's how we are trying to bridge this divide. Our professors wake up at 5 a.m. and teach at 6 just to enable students in China to be kind of comfortable in taking those synchronous classes. So we just launched this a couple of years ago. This has been a huge success, lots of interest in China and generally in the Asia region. Finally, executive education. So we see, the great news is that we see more and more participants from China in our open enrollment programs who come to Philadelphia and San Francisco to our campuses and take those programs. And the reason, as I see it, more and more Chinese top managers speak English. This used to be a big, big divide because we do not, provide synchronous translation in those programs. So that was kind of a gap. But finally, we see that a lot of younger top managers who are kind of rising to the top of their companies, they do speak good English. So this is not a problem anymore. We see tremendous growth of online executive education program. It's really skyrocketed after COVID. So COVID became this kind of a kick to develop this kind of online learning capabilities, and lots of participants from China again. Finally, specifically for China, we launched in collaboration with Chinese Business School, we launched a program where you can actually earn alumni status at Wharton through this executive program, and this one does come with synchronous translation, so you don't even have to speak English. You can study in China. You can become alumni of the Wharton School in China. So, again, with all the turmoil that we have in politics and all kinds of issues with visas and all kinds of things, we are hopeful that our relationships will recover. And there are ways around it. There is online education. There are ways to do business with China, and we are working hard at launching those kinds of programs. Again, from cradle to grave, starting with probably 15 years old at this point, and all the way to very, very senior executives. So key takeaways, I do believe that business education is an important bridge for us in this kind of times of political uncertainty. We need more programs to engage audiences in China. There are all kinds of ways to do it. I'm very hopeful about programs for high school children, for younger audiences, to make sure that younger audiences start speaking our language. And did I press something wrong? No, probably not. Okay. That younger audiences engage with us about business education, because they are the future. Thank you so much for listening, and very, very glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dean. I remember Dr. Davis used to share with us of her experience of training a lot of American university students coming over to China to learn, and also training Chinese top executives coming to the US to get their experience trained. So that kind of training and exchange is irreplaceable and so valuable also in just business connections and also the flows of trades. So next, we're very, very lucky to also have a dean from Schwarzman College, which is seen as often a great example of a success of how international institutions can collaborate on. So now I'm going to welcome the Dean of Schwarzman College and the Dean of Institute of AI International Governance from Tsinghua University, Dr. Xue.
First of all, I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to be here, and I'm very happy to learn so much from the colleagues. I think that there seems to be that from previous speakers, they start with some review of history and personal history and so on. So I just want to mention one thing. I know our time is limited. I actually came to the United States 40 years ago, exactly 40 years ago. In 1985, in August, I landed in New York. So I think this is really a nice revisit of New York. And so, but today I think we've gone through with a global view of all the countries on education. And then, of course, then we had another review of the empire of Wharton School, the best business school in the world. And now I think we're zooming into a small institution in Tsinghua, the Schwarzman College. I think, first of all, let me just start with some megatrend. I think that there are many, many megatrends. I think, of course, AI is now everything. And yesterday I was at the UN, I was talking about AI. And of course, then the other thing is everything moves so fast. I think in terms of technology diffusion, I think if we're talking about TV and the refrigerators, it takes about many, many decades to reach somewhat saturation and penetration rate of about 50%. And now I think with ChatGPT, within minutes, it reaches millions of users. So we are really at the time of compressed time. And of course, we increase the connectivity. And I think that now with the AI age, I think in the last few years, you increasingly see some questions about the value of education. And also recently also about the value of international education. Because I think, just a few weeks ago, I saw a report, calculating how much you have to spend, $500,000 or something, to get some international degrees and so on, basically saying, is international education still valuable? I think now, I think nowadays when we have a question, we ask, guess who? The AI. And so I asked AI, and so here are some of the, response I got. What do you think? I think pretty reasonable, right? I think that's, but I think certainly it's really, I think at least for me, is that the enhanced global understanding and dialogue is a very key part of the international education. So I think based on that, I think let me talk about the case of Schwarzman College. Because I think it's easy to say how you want to do it, but actually when you actually do it, I think it's not as easy. And so I think that, I wanted just to talk about how actually we try to do our best in that. I think, of course, the Schwarzman program is really a sort of the marriage of the two visions. One is the man and the university. I think a lot, to the credit of Professor Yang Bin, who has really, led Tsinghua's effort in global, in terms of Tsinghua global strategy. I think, at the time when Tsinghua celebrated its 100th anniversary, and Tsinghua wanted to play a greater role in the international stage. And of course, Steve also saw the emergence of China and also saw the potential challenges in that rise. And so I think the two visions, married together and then came to the Schwarzman program. So basically, the mission of the program is to prepare the next generation of global leaders who can build bridges between China and the global world. That vision changed a bit because I think in the last few years, I think when we had some discussion, people say actually it's not just between China and the world, but actually between different countries. Each year we have students from about 40 different countries. So actually that's the core vision. In order to do that, actually there's two related mission as well. One is supposed to build a global dialogue, but given the changing geopolitical situation, and also, of course, to innovate in order to achieve its core mission. Okay, now, so this is a brief review of the history, as Vice Chancellor Yang Bin has said. With the program was they signed their contract in 2013, and the first cohort student came in 2016, and we are now celebrating, I think, next year of our 10th cohort. Thank you. Okay. Next one. Okay. And in terms of the governance of the program, I think we have a very distinguished international advisory board, and we also have an academic advisory board, and also within Tsinghua we have an academic committee. That really guarantees that we would make sure that we maintain our academic rigor and quality. I think this is the management of team of the program. Maybe I'll just stand here. I think it'll be easier. Okay. Yeah. And I think the challenge, when we first started, the program, we wanted to have the 3 tracks of the traditional program. Unfortunately, Schwarzman program is not like the regular program. We have on both ends, we have tremendous diversities. So in terms of incoming students, they come from all fields, from different countries. Now we have students from altogether from 100 different countries, more than 100 different countries. So it's tremendous diversity. On the outside, when they're going out, they're also going to all different fields, government, industry, and so on. So that makes it so hard. Because in the past, if you look at all other academic programs, if you go to physics, everybody's interested in physics. Going to business school, no matter what background it is, they wanted to go to business. So in the career. So, but here, I think on both ends, you have tremendous diversity. So what do? So we came up with this, what we call the cubic model of education, trying to, to have some core identities within the program, but at the same time allows flexibility as much as possible. So we have the 3, so basically we have what we call the 3x3 models. First of all, it's 3 stages of the program. And the second is we have the 3 learning modalities. And the third is the 3 core pillars of the program. So let me start with the 3. The first is what we have the so-called 3 learning phases. So before students get in, we have the so-called preparation stage, when they are admitted to the time when they come. So that's the time that is what we call the preparation stage, so that they can try to learn Chinese language and also do some preparation for the, to come to the program. The second stage is the year they spend at Tsinghua University. This is an intensive study program. It's very demanding, and so they have to really, fully spend full-time attention to the program. And the third stage is lifelong learning. This is the alumni stage. So we continue to engage with our alumni, despite they are already out of the school. So this is the first 3. The second 3 is 3 learning modalities, and the first one is classroom learning. I think that's sort of very much, very similar to what you all go through, and then of course we have, leading academics and so on. But also we have, this is somewhat similar to the business school. We have some leading practitioners. So we have, so like a former U.S. ambassador and who's also a lieutenant general in the U.S. Army, and we have former undersecretary of UN, and we have a leading SOE CEO, Mr. Fu Chengyu, and so on. So we have many of these people from leading practitioner. They come to share their experience in addition to the academic courses. The second learning modality is the experiential learning. We value this very much because I think this is a very core part of their understanding of Chinese culture, Chinese economy, Chinese politics, and so on. So actually, they, in addition to many activities that go through, we have 2 week-long deep dives. So basically, they go to different parts of China to learn about the Chinese development in agriculture, in rural development, in the industry, in the innovation, and so on. So I think that's sort of they go through, and so the first deep dive is designed by the college. So we actually we have about 8 to 10 locations. So they divide into small teams to visit those places, spend a whole week there. The second deep dive usually is organized by students. So they organize into teams and they design the program, and then we get approval from the college, and then they go. So this is the 9 trips organized by the students in last November, and then 10 trips organized by scholars in June this year. So I think so they visit. You can see it all over the map in China. The third learning modality is learning by doing, action learning. So we have a capstone project. So they actually have to do that within this short year. So it's quite demanding. And also we have this so-called group capstones. So they can do individuals, but also they can do in teams. So we have a whole set of partners. They actually came up with a problem for our students. So our students organize into international teams, and then they address the problems and submit the report by the end. So this is the learning by doing part. The third, three is the 3-track of courses in the academic program. So there's 3 pillars of the program. So the first one is leadership, the second one is understanding China, and the third one is global affairs. So these are the 3 pillars, and that students do have to take some required courses in each pillar, so that actually they have some common anchors in their understanding of the China and the world. And we are very fortunate that we have many, where we're actually supported by global academic communities. So we have, for this incoming year, we have over 60 faculty members from around the world, and about 1/3 is mostly from Tsinghua. Another 40 or so is from the world, from all the leading academic institutions and practitioners. And of course, we have many various events. So we are really truly a global platform, a platform for global dialogue. So we have all kinds of practitioners, academics, and politicians to come to the college, and they share their views and they debate with our scholars. And as you can see, including the Marbury, who is as for some of you know, who is a really good player, right, a basketball player. And so that's sort of the exposure the students get. And of course, they also engage with the Tsinghua community, with Chinese culture and so on. So that's, in a nutshell, it's the way how we try to really use the college as a platform to engage in global dialogue and understanding. And finally, let me just say a few words about the challenges and reflections. I think, of course, I think these are the many of the issues we're very fortunate. We have a very supportive, I think, the environment and in China, and also I think we have very great leadership in Tsinghua University that's helped us in many ways solve some of this problem. But I think this is probably are some issues that we have to constantly addressing. One is geopolitical turbulence. I think that I don't have to say more. I think people here understand this very much better than anybody else in the world. And so I think this actually can impact international program in many imaginable and sometimes unimaginable ways. And I think that's something that we all have to keep in mind. I think the second thing is that I think for a program like this, mindset change is important. I'm a traditional academic. I've worked in the public policy area for many years. So I think we always value classroom teaching very much, right? I mean, so you basically talk about your class and you CCs and those sort of things. But I think in this program, so-called extracurricular activities is crucial. So how to recognize the importance of that, and also how to include that in the design phase of the learning program. Because in many cases, I think that we are very, at different various stages of the program. Sometimes the, management, the kind of administrative staff, they may not necessarily recognize the importance of the extracurricular activities. So how can that be brought into the core of the program? That's a challenge. And the third is ecosystem for learning. I think that in order for really a platform for international understanding and dialogue, you have to create an ecosystem. Because we have students from each year from 40 different countries. So some are from, there are the cultural differences, and sometimes there are also political differences and so on. Last year we had a student from Palestine, whose grandfather was the early leaders of Palestinian leaders, visited and saw Chairman Mao and saw Zhou Enlai. So his family is really deeply rooted in the current the Palestinian conflicts. So he had an earning, and I mean, he really wanted to share his views with the community and with the Schwarzman community and also with Tsinghua University. So we had to really help him to design his talk in a very constructive way. And so he actually gave a talk, and we have a room, a fully packed room, people, from different views, and including we have a few students from Israel and so on who, were able to engage in that dialogue. So that's the kind of, dialogue, the ecosystem that we try to build. And so I think building that ecosystem is not easy, and many delicate balances have to be made. So it's in order to be able to have that dialogue. And then the last one, I think, is measurement of learning outcome. I think, at the 10th anniversary, we are trying to see how we're going to measure the success or unsuccess of the program. But of course, in the classroom learning, it's easy. You take the exams and so on. But for this type of program, how do you measure the success? It's not an easy job. And so we're still trying to learn how we can do that so that we can make sure that we can continue to move forward. So let me stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ding Xuelan. And every time I hear his speech, he's like a very mind-breaking sharing about how the practice of Schwarzman has been designed. And speaking as you were ended with the measurement of learning outcomes, we're jumping to our final panel before we head to lunch. As we're measuring the learning outcomes, we need to hear from the business leaders. So please allow me to introduce the moderator.
Yes, we are the one who's standing before you on the lunch, so we're trying to keep it tight. Hopefully it won't last for 4 hours. And I have a lot of questions prepared, but I think given the time, we're trying to probably focus on one specific topic as they're setting up. So I'm just going to lay out the background and framework. So we're going to talk about hopefully some of the hottest topics these days facing both business world, but also education, which is how do we utilize AI and leveraging, how to be more responsible in the education world. All right, so let's panel sitting in. Quickly introduce my panel. That will let them to introduce themselves as well. So again, alphabetically, we have Andrew, Andrew Chen, who is a Chief AI Officer at AllianceBernstein, so one of the largest asset management firms in the world. We have Cindy, who is a founder CEO of Morningside Capital, so entrepreneur, but who used to also work at Credit Suisse and some of the investment banks. I have Elaine, who is a senior research analyst at MEAG, again, another really large asset management firms, headquartered in Germany, but also has a big office in New York. I have Gang Hu, who is a managing partner, founder of Winshore Capital, so again, a hedge fund. Startup, we used to work together at Deutsche Bank. Do I have Lei or no? All right, so maybe not. Then we have Malina, who is a co-director of the MSFE, so Master of Science in Financial Engineering program at Columbia Financial Economics, even better. And actually, she's my boss. I misspelled the MSFE, so I feel bad. All right, so why don't we do this? So let my panelists who introduce themselves briefly talk about how do they believe the sort of the business world, and actually we have educators. Andrew is also a adjunct professor at Cornell. So we'd let them talk, introduce themselves and talk a little bit about what do you see about educations and how business world can be collaborating with the education world. Andrew, we'll start from you.
Sure. Thanks, Ian. And it's good to see everybody here. Welcome. As Ian said, I'm Andrew Chin. I am the Chief AI Officer at AllianceBernstein. I also teach at, do I need this? I'm not loud enough? No one's ever said I'm not loud enough. Okay. All right, so Andrew Chin, Chief AI Officer at AllianceBernstein. As Ian said, I also teach at Cornell University. So look, this intersection of AI, education, business is really compelling for me. Trying to see how AI is going to transform how we learn, how we teach, and then eventually, how we use these tools in society. I think that's a really important topic, and I'm happy to discuss that here today, Ian.
Wow, the light is really on my face. So my name is Cindy Liu. Actually, I'm really honored to be invited to participate in the panel. I work in Wall Street, many investment firms, Credit Suisse, I guess, colleague with Melina, and also you, right? And you, Credit Suisse, and Citigroup, Morgan Stanley Investment Management, and Bank of America. And then actually, I also spent 9 years in Asia, in Hong Kong and China. So our team at Bank of America was hired by Ping An Group. And while I was in Asia, in Hong Kong and Shenzhen, actually, I was an adjunct professor for Hong Kong U, Chinese University, Hong Kong. And also, I was industry advisor for Tsinghua. Actually, I saw my two distinguished Tsinghua alumni. Oh, right, exactly. Okay, why don't I sit here? Right. So I was industry advisor for the Tsinghua Business School, and so now I only came back last year from Asia to New York, and also would like to also give back to my Columbia alma mater, right? Because I did something in China. So I think the industry and the education is need to collaborate with each other, because when I was at Ping An, we have difficulty to hire great talents. So while I was trying to hire great talent, so I collaborate with the universities. And I think with the AI arena, I think basically maybe hopefully we can give some feedback from the industry, and because we are all in this era together. Yeah, so I'm very grateful to be invited.
I guess I'm next. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Gang Hu. Thank you, first of all, thank Ian to inviting me here. And I have been an inflation trader all my life, from 2003 till today. I actually came here with some discussion point, but more as with a question. Is AI an asset or a weapon? Asset meaning, like internet. It's a very powerful tool. It started many businesses. A weapon
is like a nuclear weapon. Everybody has to have one, but it's kind of useless. If you don't have one, look what happened to Ukraine. But if you have one, well, we spend a lot of money for nothing. So I'm very curious to find out, hopefully.
It's great to see everybody today. My name is Melina Dennebeim, and I am the co-director of the MSFE. We have two of them at Columbia University, financial engineering, as Yin mentioned. But, Yin, you should know this because you teach in our program. We are the MS in financial economics, which is actually a 2-year program for graduate students within Columbia Business School. And what differentiates it from many phenomenal MFin and MFE programs across the country and the globe is that we're 2 years and 10 out of our 16 courses are taught at the PhD level. So it's an extremely rigorous program. I love thinking about education at the 10,000-foot level. My background's half in finance, half in higher education. I'm from California originally. I've been in New York City and New Jersey for 20 years. But I come from a global background, Holland, Brazil, was married to a Tunisian. Now I'm with a Malaysian. So just want to put out there, you know, not always what you see is what you get. People are very multifaceted in this world. And I think AI is a tool that is going to be adapted however each person wants to use it. So I come at from the vantage point of thinking about how to train business and finance leaders for the future. And mind you, 80% of my students are from China. The next largest population is India. The next largest would be Europe, Canada, and then the US. My second vantage point is that of a parent with an 11-year-old daughter and 2 bonus kids who are 9 and 15. We all have perspectives as parents, but what I want to say is for none of us to forget that the training of leadership and the training of AI starts very, very young. And it doesn't just happen in metropolitan hubs or global cities or amongst business leaders or education leaders. It's happening in Appalachia, it's happening in the rural areas of Montana, it's happening in sub-Saharan Africa, it's happening in the slums of Mumbai. So I really want everyone to think about when we talk about AI as an asset or a weapon, it's about the humans who are using it, but think about the people who are not in your seats, who don't have access to this type of discourse, networking, technology tools, higher education levels, and what AI is going to be doing in the education sector for those people, I think is an important thing to come away from today's conference with.
Hello, everyone. My name is Elaine Chiu. I work for Maine, New York. It's an honor to be here. Without education, I won't be here where I am. I'm seriously about that. As a retired lawyer, and because of Columbia Business School, now I'm a senior research analyst. And I feel honored to be paid to work as what I am, and my job as a research analyst and as well as the leader for the AI initiative here. My job is to make sure that AI is going to bring us a superpower, not super disaster. Because without due diligence and everything, we do have the fiduciary to honor that could defeat our purpose as the guardian for people's money. Like in your case, it's everybody insurance money that we have to invest, and hopefully will pay you back in the future. And so for me, we try to scale up and upskill everybody's skills, and that's what I do, and hopefully to achieve every day. And as a fundamental research analyst, we're trying to scale up what we can do on a daily basis, because we only have a certain time of the day to make everybody more efficient and hope to improve our workflow and make sure we are using that correctly and in the way that really empower everybody instead of destroy everybody there.
So I guess my first question is again, we're just given time, we want to stick to the AI education space. So my question is that in today's world, and what do you think are the most important skills for the students? And maybe that's going to be different from the K-12 versus college and graduate students. And how do these schools, well, how should they be adapted into this world? I can share a little bit of my personal experience. Right? So as Melina said, I also teach the physics course at the MSFE program, group of really talented students, super impressive. I've been teaching them, I've been encouraging them to utilize AI tools. Again, we have a very diverging views. Some professors really against it, right? So emphasizing you have to write everything by yourself, not using any AI tools. And it will be vetted, it will be checked by sort of any AI usage. But you look at the latest development in the neural IPS, which is one of the most prestigious conferences in the sort of the technology world. You do not need to disclose any using AI. You should be utilizing it. If you're not utilizing AI, you really at a serious disadvantage. And the same thing goes for, I have two young kids. One is in high school, which go one extreme, again, complete ban of the AI usage, any cost. Another one at college, third-year students, again, in college, I think this is a little bit of a different views. But as part of the views is in the educational world, we have very divergent views. Should we utilize it? Should we not? I don't think you can avoid it. Eventually, we'll have to address this problem. So my question to the panelists is, what do you view as more important skills for the students to develop? How should school adapt in this world? Andrew, I guess.
Sure. Okay. Thank you. Maybe I will start. So look, we are grooming future leaders here. We're teaching future leaders, right? So my own view is you have to let them know what's out there and what they're able to utilize and leverage as they become future leaders. So trying to hide tools or technologies from them, I don't think it's great. Right? I think they need to be exposed to them, and how they choose to use them and apply them, that's obviously up to them, right? But they should know the tools and capabilities that are in their repertoire, things that they can use. The most important skill that I think is learning to learn, right? So while we can definitely learn math, computer science, things like that, I think what AI has really taught me is that what you know today is not going to be enough for tomorrow. So how do we teach the next generation to really learn over time? And that takes different types of skills, right? So it's not just a textbook that you read and say, memorize that, get an A on it, right? It's trying to think critically, and I think that's the most important one as you learn to learn, right? So when you learn something, so you just accept it? Do you think critically about it? Do you challenge it? Do you try to answer the question yourself, right? So I think those attributes are going to be important as we build future leaders.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I think it's pretty much the number one I was going to say. But then I'm going to talk about number two. That's a good point. I think number two is we talk about because in order to use AI, you want them to have the AI literacy, which means that when you use that, what's the best prompt to use? Sometimes you have to reiterate so many times that you want to make sure that your output is not only accurate, but also insightful. But they can just give you some garbage that you cannot really use that. And also, in some cases, you want to force them to think instead of use AI, because you want them to build the muscles instead of just trust everything that AI gives to you. Otherwise, you're giving them like steroids. They look very strong, have a lot of very good answers, but it's not from them. So those are I think the balance we want the analysts or junior analysts to kind of balance in that sense. The second one, I would think that a very important blend of the thinking skill, because you want them to have a critical skill. That's a very important. You can trust, but you have to verify. The second one, I think, is system thinking in the way that how to connect the dots, how to think about strategically, how things are kind of grouped together, how to frame your problem, and you think about how you augment the AI tool into your work process. When you have to ask the real analyst, like senior analyst, and when you can use the AI tool to help you. So those skills hopefully can be built into the educational system where they can work on the real world problem and in more like a lab kind of setting. They can solve together, hopefully with your friends from different disciplines, because it forces them to kind of get out of their comfort zone, to think about what other people are thinking. That's the real world is like. Because you work with quantitative research, fundamental research, IT, all different fields, and you have to train that kind of mindset from school so that you don't get scared. And you think about if you are in the room with a bunch of executives like CEO, they say something that you don't understand. How do you approach them to get a better understanding instead of shut down and then not to exercise your critical thinking skill? I think that's what we would hope to get from the students, hoping that they can kind of blend their natural human ability to hone those skills, but with the AI literacy and also the human metric skill, for example, empathy, collaboration, and hopefully they can solve the real world problem over there. So thank you. It's an honor to be here.
Okay. So who here has gone to business school? Raise your hand. Anybody? Who here has heard of Khan Academy? Okay.
Kids.
Who here remembers being a kid and you were asked to draw or express things through art or creative mechanisms as a kid, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the reason why I bring these topics up is because I'm learning a lot as I go along, but being on top of a business school curriculum is one way to look at the world. Business is to make money, business is to create products and services that serve the world. So how do we create people who are gonna excel at these skills? But I have to go back, I mean, we're sort of deconstructing what those skills are and how AI is gonna build them or enhance them, and then how our skills are going to be used to actualize AI. So the life learning concept is really important in business schools. We sell executive education for thousands of dollars to top executives and world leaders like yourselves who need to upskill, whether it's in leadership, in blockchain, in AI and management, or they need to understand different marketing approaches. They can come to top educational institutions and pay thousands of dollars to learn. But governments like Singapore are rolling out upskilling curricula and certifications for free through the government and through corporate partnerships to all of their people. And that can be done on a managed level given population size and the country's leadership. But we need to bridge what I think is the in-between, which is where does the public sector help the US population and global population upskill? Where can we get certifications? Where can we get content exposure? Where can we get more domain knowledge related to AI utilization? But also, how can executives who are building it into their company culture, right? Either at Wolf or Alliance or at their own firms, how can they partner with top global education institutions to then implement for their own employees upskilling, which is, I read that the average half-life now of a skill is 3 to 5 years, which means what you learned 5 years ago in grad school or what you learned in a Python coding course is now obsolete. And that's a really scary thought for most of us who weren't trained in a life learning type of methodology or mentality. But going back to early childhood, where creativity and confidence are two things that are focused on in elementary school, because if you can't create confident learners, they're never going to be excited about learning or themselves. If you can't infuse creativity into the way our brains process information, we're never going to know how to connect the dots. And so I got very inspired by a book written by Salman Khan, who's the founder of Khan Academy, who started off Khan Academy because he was tutoring his cousins in India remotely. And he's like, this is so inefficient. I cannot tutor 5 of my cousins at the same time. So he created video modules. And that was kind of revolutionary. And now based on generative AI, he's launched Khanmigo, which is basically like an AI tutor. So I look at the way AI, especially I've been playing with ChatGPT and with my daughter's school, AI can actually foster creativity. It can co-write with you. It can be a brainstorming partner. I mean, think about sitting around a boardroom and hashing out solutions to a problem. AI can do that with you when you're locked in your own room with no other smart people to talk to. That's a game changer. AI can also help you redirect thoughts and ideas focused on a math problem, a writing prompt, a business problem, a business, I don't know what you want to call it, like a business plan, an entrepreneurship class. AI can redirect and help you direct your own thoughts in a way that compounds and builds in terms of being around, again, intellectual capital, but for people who don't sit in a room physically with humans building that intellectual capital and brainstorming. That is a powerful tool where you have a personal coach, a personal tutor, a personal, the opposite of an advocate, someone who challenges you. And I think that these are important tools to use with AI, but we have to train people to not just be content and domain experts in our education system, which is traditionally what the education system has served, But we have to train people now to have comparative skills. This and this are different. Why? What can we learn from differences? How do we debate? How do we extrapolate bigger picture ideas to comparative analysis? And then reasoning skills. Reasoning skills are how to ask good questions. Okay, those are prompts. But how the smartest person in the room is usually the one who asks the best questions. So these are different approaches to learning, especially in the business school setting. And I know I've jumped around a bit, but reasoning skills, comparative skills, and understanding how building confidence and creativity in an individual and how AI can do that, I think are fundamental to the ways in which AI are going to be assisting teachers and students in the classroom of every level and helping people navigate what's going to be a very multidisciplinary approach to business and to most enterprises.
I have to feel the urge to interrupt because I think, Melina, you're more optimistic than I do. You think the skills will last for 3 to 5 years, and I think it's really changing very rapidly. So again, I'll give you my personal story. So I started coding when I was 10. By the time I got into college, I'm sorry I didn't go to Tsinghua because I thought I was very good at coding. I didn't need to go to a CS degree. And I'm coding for my whole life. So I've done it for 40 years. And I think I'm pretty good, but if I look at what Cloud Code can do, if I look at what Cursor can do, they beat me big time, right? So that's kind of a depressing news. And the other thing I want to share is we hire many interns, right? So this summer we'll hire 10 interns, including first year, freshman, undergrad, master's to PhDs. But guess what? The single most outstanding student was completely shocking. She was a second year sophomore undergrad. And she did something completely amazing, beat everybody else out of the water. So this is kind of the view is in today's world, experience, as I will keep telling the people in my firm, is a liability, is not an asset, right? So you have to keep up, you have to keep learning. This constant lifelong learning is probably even more important. Sorry, yeah.
No. All right, I'm gonna make 2 points. One point I borrowed. The second point is sort of me, but more digging down into details of what I already said. The first point I borrowed was from Jerome Powell, the Fed chair. Interesting enough, he went on to a panel yesterday afternoon, and it was the same question asked to him. And he recommended a book to the audience. The book name is The Race Between Education and Technology, or the race between technology or education. So it was written by a Harvard professor, forgot the name, as usual, but she won Nobel Prize for it. So, and the idea of that book was technology is a tool. You don't have to learn about that technology, but make sure whatever you do, use that technology to make you better. So I sort of tell my son, whatever you do when they're about to pick major, whatever you do, don't pick AI, pick something else. So that's my first point, which is a borrowed point. The second point is about critical thinking. If I were to think about, at the end of the day, what jobs still gonna be available left for human being? I think 3 jobs: academic, entertainment, politician. Politician first, why? Because AI is about, you give them the rules, it'll beat you. Politicians set the rule. So, politician. Entertainment, I find it hard, I play golf, I find it hard to see, I want to see a computer play golf. You'll get a hole-in-one every time, but so what? But academic, why? Because academic is the fundamental, the crown jewel of human thinking. It's possessed the ability of critical thinking. Now, what is critical thinking? Everybody talk about it and thought about it for a long time. For me, it came very, very hard. I graduated from Tsinghua and then went to grad school. I almost cannot graduate.
He's being very modest. He went to Caltech.
Okay. it was a very humbling process at such a young age to see so many great professors. But by the 4.5 years, I did not have a project done. I tried every project, failed every single one of them. And then one day, my professor was a Buddhist. He was very, very nice to me, and he said, okay, I'm just going to give you a master level things. Just graduate. Just go away, you know. And one day, I was in the library, and something just clicked with me. And there was a 5-second idea. And I eventually, in the next 6 months, I solved a problem that was outstanding for 35 years. That was the moment I developed my critical thinking ability. So that was also when I come back and think about what it is to be a critical thinking ability. Critical thinking ability is solving raw problems. Oftentimes, solving raw problem is you decompose the problem into 3 problems, and then you solve those 3 and then move back. Of course, you can't do it randomly. Because if you do it randomly, instead of problem you can solve, you got 3 more problems yet you can't solve. So what it does is that a human will oftentimes, talking about connecting the dots, oftentimes recognize the similarity of some problems that somebody or yourself have seen or solved earlier years. And the problem that you're trying to solve and you cannot solve have certain similarity to the other problem. And the path of solving the other problem is to decompose in these 3 levels. So you try similarly. And then out of all those 3 you cannot solve, and you separate them into maybe 9 problems. So it's all about pattern recognition and module recognition. Now, if I think that is the core of critical thinking ability to solving, then there are 2 components that's incredibly important. One is you have to know the module. You have to have all these things in your mind. And what is that? Module is knowledge. It's your years and years of repetitive problem solving, doing homework, learning what everything else that other scientists and the people ahead of you have studied. And those are, every time they solve a problem, they didn't give you knowledge. They give you a process. They give you a framework that how they attack that problem. In fact, once you learn the framework and once you learn the module, you actually don't need the knowledge. You can give the knowledge away. I haven't done calculus since 2000, and I'm still around. So the module comes from years of homework building and really tough study. So that's one side, that's one base. But then there's a second one. How do you put the modules together? How do you actually connect the dots? That comes into the thinking process as of, you need to study the difference between what your problem is and the other problem is. So therefore, like oftentimes, great researchers are very detail-oriented. They look down to every single little things and to think through. If that's different, maybe there's other module that I can use. So these are the things. I don't know how to train them. For me, it's trained by failure. I failed every project when I was at Caltech for the first 4.5 years. And one day, all this failure finally come back and say, wow, that's how you get done. And therefore, I think that's very interesting that I finally realized after I graduate is that why is it there's no such a thing called Doctor of Mathematics or Doctor of Physics or Doctor of Chemistry in the United States? When you get a doctor, you call it Doctor of Philosophy. Because at the end of the day, that's what you get. Once you pass the qualifying exam, once they know you have the module, the next 4 to 5 years is what you use to understand how to connect the dots and how to put your modules together. I think that's the kind of things. And coming to AI, AI knows the module better than anybody. AI knows knowledge better than anybody. But I don't think, at least from I can see yet, AI can help you to connect the dots. So that's still there.
We do have JD degree, by the way. We have Doctor of Law.
Actually, JD does similar things.
Yes.
I talk to a lot of lawyers.
Yeah.
They go through the same kind of process. They think very like.
I'll be happy to elaborate. Actually, I will raise just 3 points. I think one, I think there's a word saying the most adapted people will survive. So I guess like it or not, so we have to be a lifetime learner. So basically, I think on that note, actually, I want to give credit to my Tsinghua University undergraduate, I think they done a great job on the continuing education. So every alumni pretty much can go to a certain app to do a lot of continuing education for free. So I think Columbia, I want to give the feedback, we could do that a little bit better because we do have a continuing ed program, but I think, we can expand. And also, you mentioned the Singapore government, they offer that for their citizens for free. I think also China, I think they did whatever, I think also mandate for the AI education for their citizens, more like a mandatory. I think that's a good thing. I think also, I guess also I agree with all the panels. So in order to survive in this AI era, everyone, including the student and whoever, industry people, has to be AI, what is called literacy, right? So we have to know the basic stuff because I really love, the ChatGPT or I use also XAI a lot. Really, also DeepSeek, whatever in China, if anything related to China or quantitative investment related to China. So I think that really speed up a lot of the work I want to do, give a good instruction, they give you a PPT. But one thing actually I do want to counter what Yi was saying. I think the experience still valuable. It's not a pure liability. Because say, for example, because right now I'm also running a more like an entrepreneur shop. So certain jobs like basic stuff, like elementary stuff, like entry level. So I really did a lot of things myself. But I think I still need experienced people to really execute it because the basic stuff, sure, you can use ChatGPT. So that actually is a question I do want to, so I don't really know the answer yet because I think also just look at what is happening. I think a lot of entry level can be replaced, but I don't think certain job will be replaced. Just like even as a CEO of Goldman Sachs saying, David Solomon, I think he said he put a very a little bit like extreme case. He's saying like nearly 95% of the work can be automated. But then I think the 5%. I think this 5% of the people, or the 5% is really how Goldman Sachs or the senior bankers really adding value. Those value, I think, is not really only, the value is not 5%. I think the 5% value maybe is account for nearly 80%. So if everything is become a commodity, then what you can differentiate yourself, like how Goldman Sachs differentiate with Morgan Stanley. So I think in order to compete, of course, you have to think of your own competitive advantage. That actually, I do agree with Guang, like saying it's not like AI area. Everybody has to, the student or everybody has to, how to say, to major in AI. Basic AI you have to learn is. It's almost like everybody need to learn, everybody know how to use a calculus, right? So you don't have to, a lot of things, you don't have to, write the equations to do everything. But I think coding is still important. I think that I agree with Columbia. I remember the Dean of Engineering School, he's saying in this, whatever, AI or post-COVID, because a lot of education, a lot of the teaching is went to on the web, but still the basic coding is still very important. Another thing is critical skill. Critical thinking is so important because also the critical thinking of way of using AI, because we cannot really blindly trust AI. I mean, I use AI, and then the result, initially I thought, I tested, I've been using whatever, either ChatGPT, whatever the model, it looks giving me a reliable result, but then actually one day I use it again to give me some result, and I check with my client, oh my God, it's really, it's completely wrong. So we have to really check, because I'm more like a quant analyst at Wall Street before, because we do a lot of models, and actually, but then there's a branch of people specifically doing model risk. So we have to verify. I mean, this AI is also a tool. So I think I guess on that notion, I feel we shouldn't be, the people who have experience shouldn't be too pessimistic. I think their experience is still very valuable, but I think everyone do need to embrace the new technology, including AI. Yeah.
I think I definitely summarize the panel's view. I think it is interdisciplinary is definitely the way to go for the future. You need the skills, but you also need the domain knowledge. I think both are equally important. I think given the time, let me just ask one more question before I open up to the podium to the audience. So I'm going to switch gear a little bit, right? So we talk about the skills, and we talk about how our education system can better adapt. My next question is going to be on the opposite side, which is about using AI in a more responsible way, right? So traditionally, we do our research and we copy and paste from internet or from other books and papers. That's called plagiarism, right? Exactly. And now what, right? So if I ask AI to write a paragraph, or even more so, if I use AI to do deep research for me and submit it for a top peer-reviewed journal, is that plagiarism? Is that completely valid? And especially if I copy and paste and get something wrong, as Cindy said, then if my client come back and complain, and is that my legal responsibility, or can I blame AI? So where are we going to draw the line? So who wants to speak? Maybe. Sure. Yeah.
I think that's my opening remark is this fiduciary duty is the legal liability you're talking about. What we're trying to do is we have the AI workshop. So we're testing different models and trying to understand the use cases of each model. And we would put emphasis on the references. For example, Perplexity Pro AI, they use a very similar model like OpenAI and so on. But then the model is fine-tuned to prioritize accuracy and provide the reference and so on. That's just one of the examples how we understand the strength and the weakness of the different AI model, like the model risk you're talking about, to understand the strength and the weakness of each one, and to think about the use cases we can use that. And to be honest, it's an ongoing process. We're still not there to say we can trust the AI. We are still working on that, and to make sure we get to a certain comfort level that we can have the outputs, and then but we still have to verify and make sure that we can use that correctly. And in a way that we don't want to forfeit our creativity. Because the thing about the AI, it's the history. It's pretty much like it's a statistics algorithm to draw the former wisdom. But then right now, with the real human, you hope that you can gain more sparks from everything that happened before. So you want people to kind of not just like repeat the history. So we try to strike the balance that way. And that's very important and really on top of our list when we think about AI. We want to train superpower, Superman, but not a super disaster. Yeah.
Maybe I can add a few points here. So you know I've written quite a bit about this topic, and I like to talk about the iron person as like an analogy for how I would envision the most successful salespeople, most successful investors in the future looking like. Iron person is interesting to me because it's a smart subject matter expert inside with experience. Someone who knows how to use the technology, but armed with an armor that hopefully gives them quick and fast synthesis, hopefully good synthesis. The reason I like the analogy is because you need the smart subject matter expert to really drive the machine and really provide context that hopefully gives you better responses That's the first thing. Second thing is, it's clear where accountability falls. It's with the human inside. It is not with the armor. So that's why I like the Iron Person analogy, right? And then, but as we said, I mean, the person would be able, hopefully, to distill between, hey, was that hallucination? Was that right or wrong, right? You need the subject matter expertise to really vet that, right? Now, responsibility, you know, accuracy and plagiarism, that's certainly one aspect. I was, you know, my oldest daughter actually doesn't use AI at all. She hates AI because she thinks the energy consumption is too high. And so she's like, as part of your responsibility, Daddy, you should be thinking about how to use AI in a energy efficient way so that we don't, you know, destroy the world quickly than we otherwise would, right? So anyway, so those are also important considerations as I think about how we use the tool. It is a part of it, right? So I can talk about that some more, but responsibility in the use of AI, you know, means a lot of other things. And I think as the driver of this Iron Person, you know, the person inside must think through all those issues, right?
I just want everyone to remember that fundamentally every industry that is now adopted onto the World Wide Web has a derivative of that industry that can either aggregate, audit, fraud detect, moderate, and provide feedback and metrics to whoever is managing in order to gauge whether or not the software or the information is being used correctly. So with AI in education, there are already systems that can check how many times a student is asking or prompting, how many times they are copying and pasting text. There's auditing for academic research, and at Wolf Research hosts an annual AI in finance conference, which I attended this year. And Yin's academic research paper from years ago went through one of the academic research auditing systems to see if it was generated by AI. And his paper scored 100%, even though it was written before generative AI. So I'm not saying these systems are perfect, but we have to remember that in every industry, whether it's the banking system or portfolio management or wire transfers payments or sports betting or what, I mean, I'm just randomly making things up. But there are systems now that are derivatives of the original technology to audit and to provide reporting. So teachers now have a way to monitor the way students are using AI. They also can get real-time information. So instead of summary reports, which we see at the end of the week, we can get live feeds. And so it's really important to think next step. Like maybe we don't know the next systems that are out there, but if we analog to different industries or parallel to different industries out there, I think it's unlimited what AI is going to be able to do in a real-time format to provide feedback on human usage of AI. So that is encouraging to me.
Two things. I think the first one, we have to look at the system, first of all, to determine if the system has a feedback loop. So what do I mean by that? There are certain systems in the society that has no feedback loop. For instance, you know, cancer research. You cure cancer, cancer doesn't change. In finance world, it's a social science field. The moment you understand that social science field, you change that field because your behavior will change and social science will change. Specifically, the second point is in finance, what do we do? This is actually a real example. A month ago, a client came to us and say, look, we have this inflation index. We think we want to enhance it. Can you come up with a better index and do it automatically? So of course, you know, we throw into some sort of AI thing and generated it. And after like a month of work, my partner showed me the thing. I was like, first impression was like, what is this? This thing looks scary. It looks purely like random number. I'm like, we're gonna scare our client away. But then we thought about it. I think what's very important is that this AI has generated that. Can we learn from AI? Can we actually understand what this AI is trying to tell me? Because it's pattern recognition. It recognizes certain patterns. Does this pattern represent some sort of business opportunity there? Is it just I'm smarter than you or you're smarter than me, which is overall will eventually become a zero-sum game? Or is that pattern tells me there's certain service that we can provide to the finance world that in return we can get paid for? If that's the service, then we know we can trust it and we can understand when it doesn't work. Because in finance world, as usual, there are too many service providers, the price of service could become negative. So that's how we looked at it. Two things. Number one, understand the system. Number two, try to come up with intuition behind it.
I think in terms of time, I just want to quickly say, I think right now the AI is still fast developing. So I guess with Elo's example, so I guess we can give all kind of feedbacks to the AI company. And also I think for me, I guess I'm always the one embracing technology, but we do need to check and we can provide feedback. And I think I heard that right now there's a lot of AI academics. They are also, I guess, including the Nobel Prize winner, the President Sinton, talk about also how to develop AI more responsibly, because every innovation can be a double-edged sword. So if bad people use it, it can be really harmful. But yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think fortunately we'll have to stop here, so we not let the audience asking for questions. But lunch is ready, so again, I apologize for running over a little bit. Thank you for everyone. Thank you for the great panel. If you have any questions, I'm sure they will stick around for a little bit. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank all you.
Hello, everyone. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Sure. So before we head downstairs for the lunch, please join me and welcome first our. Please, one moment, please. As we know that today's event has been joined by a lot of speakers and audiences, and we're very lucky also here to recognize who is joining here today, the former Prime Minister of Guinea, and who is also going to be the next president, and he's right now also the Vice President of the Liberal Democracy, who is joining us and as well at the audience while talking about the importance of education. Would you like to give a word?
Thank you very much for receiving us. Yeah, I am very happy to meet these people who are very concerned by education. The program, the priority of my body is education. I know as you what is the importance of education. Education is so important that when you want to help a country, to help a people, you must help these young people to get a good education. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir reçu. Mon anglais est très machin. Je voulais juste vous dire que la priorité de mon parti, c'est l'éducation des enfants. Parce qu'un homme bien éduqué est un atout pour le développement. Un jeune mal éduqué est un risque pour le développement, pour la stabilité, pour la démocratie. C'est un risque majeur. Parce que lorsqu'on est mal éduqué, on est une cible privilégiée pour le terrorisme, pour la délinquance. Et l'absence de perspective pour des gens qui n'ont aucune éducation. Il y a l'immigration clandestine, ils risquent leur vie dans le désert, dans la Méditerranée, en essayant de rejoindre d'autres pays, mais également pour leur propre société. Donc, merci beaucoup pour votre accueil. Je ne vais pas abuser de votre patience. I am very happy to be here because we share the same priority, education. Education is so important for every society, every country, so that I will encourage you to try to help people, countries, and young people to get a very good education. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Premier Diallo. We appreciate. And Dr. Davis asked me to also recognize Ambassador Hughes Savant, who's also sitting here. Sorry, Mr. Ambassador, would you like to say hi to everyone? Yeah, Dr. Davis asked me to also recognize you for participating here with us, so thank you very much. Okay, great. Now it's time for lunch. Thank you, everyone, the participants and also speakers who shared your insights with us. It's very informative. And we're going to come back after lunch for very engaging conversation and also our most important featured keynotes by Dr. Jeffrey Sachs that is coming up at 2:30. And before that, we have some speech at starting at 1:30. So please enjoy the lunch for our VIP guests downstairs at the second floor and on the third floor, sorry. And then we're going to come back for our more engaging conversation and keynote speech. Thank you very much and see you soon in the afternoon. Oh yeah. Okay. Would you like to do a photo?
Hi, everybody. So wonderful to be here, and wonderful to be talking about how education can help. How education can help to address our crises. I'm thinking that one of your alums could use some continuing education. The one that spoke yesterday at the UN, I'd like to give him a course on climate science and engineering of green energy systems. Just a 2-day refresher would probably help. I think our sector, education, has really a big opportunity and a big responsibility and a big capability to make a difference in a world where politicians in a number of countries don't behave, don't understand, are not trained, and so on. By the way, I compared the educational attainment of China's cabinet and America's cabinet. It's quite interesting. We have no one technically trained beyond the master's level in any technical field. We have one person. China's cabinet is filled, of course, with very highly trained, highly educated people who are very sophisticated and producing results. And the amateurism in the United States is crippling us right now. Actually, it's improv by people who don't know anything, who want a soundbite, but who have no substantive knowledge on almost any issue. And I think that this is evidence enough of how important education is for our global realities right now. But what I want to emphasize in just a few remarks is, and raise questions and thoughts, we do need education in the realities of a world that is interconnected, and we have to enable our students to understand that world, to feel empowered to live in that world well. And I think that that also needs to start not only at university level, where most of us are teaching, but at primary and secondary level as well. And so I've spent a number of years trying to think myself how to be creative in introducing curricula in primary and secondary schools so that students begin to understand the world and understand that if you're an American student, you're 4% of the world population, and it would be good for you to know the other 96% and to be aware that this is an interconnected world. People have different cultures, languages, geographies, places in the global division of labor, if you will. And I think that this can be taught early on as a foundation for the kind of generation that we need, that we don't have in our higher level politics in the US, in much of Europe, strangely enough, and in other places in the world, and that is really a global view of interconnectedness. I may be exaggerating the challenge because the United States is probably the weakest of this. We have two big oceans, a lot of delusions, a lot of exceptionalism in our ideology. So we believe that we believe a lot of things that are not true, and all of this means that by the time we get to our national politics, we are absolutely in a daze and in almost a neurotic state right now. China has created a deep neurosis in the United States. by being better at many things. This is true, and I absolutely applaud it, love it, think that it benefits the whole world. The U.S. is still good at some things too, and so that is the mutuality that would be wonderful. But because Americans have very little contact with other societies, and strangely now almost no contact at the university level other than Chinese students coming here, but not American students going to China. Even today in this interconnected world, we're not making the grounding that we need to create the kind of spirit for cooperation, for peace, and for collective problem solving. Now, I'll say something that will be trivial for all the very international people in the room, because I'm sure your experience is the same. But I've had really, and my wife, Sonia, where's Sonia? Yes. We have had the good fortune to be able to travel the world as part of our work for several decades, and to work in and visit about 150 countries, so almost all the world. And it's going to sound trite, but it's true. There's no place in the world that we've been to that has not been hospitable, warm, welcoming, and absolutely the most normal connection, human to human level, opening homes, brainstorming together, thinking together. So all this clash of civilizations, the most terrible nonsense, if we have the good luck to have the experience at the human level and the knowledge that this is the case. That's what I want to impart in my students. And one of the ways that I've been lucky to do that is to have students from all over the world. And some of them go back and become very esteemed scholars in China or in India or in other places. And that also creates a home for me personally in this global milieu. But it also proves to me how this world ought to work in a completely different manner from the way that events a few blocks away at the UN are proceeding this week, where we have a genocide underway, we have a raging war, we have talk of more wars. We have a president of the United States spouting absolute absurdities every sentence of a 58-minute speech, which should not be the way we live as grown-ups in this world, in this very, very dangerous world. I devised, which we're just starting out, but I just want to tell you about it briefly, a curriculum which I call the Ages of Globalization, which we're going to try to see whether these concepts can be well taught at the secondary school level. The idea of Ages of Globalization is to try to put in multimedia a short book that I wrote 5 years ago, which tried to give a description of the interconnectedness of humanity over the entire history of our species, from the time that humans migrated out of Africa 70,000 years ago, the Paleolithic era, to settle all parts of the world, to the birth of agriculture, to the domestication of the horse, which I consider the third great period of civilization, because it created empire, it created scale, it created fast transport, it created fast communication, to the imperial age, Han China, the Roman Empire, the Silk Route that connected them, the age of European imperialism, which dates from around 1500 the age of industrialization, and then our current age. And the idea is first to tell a story of human history in an analytical way to explain how technology, culture, institutions, and geography all interconnect to produce global change, and that humanity's been completely interconnected. During all of this period, there's been long-distance trade, there's been long-distance migration, there's been wars, there have been many long-distance interactions that go back thousands and thousands of years, of course. So I want students to understand that. And then with the idea that they understand the interplay of world trade, migration, finance, technology, that then they're empowered to understand challenges today like climate change or other major global challenges, how to manage new technologies, how AI will affect or even threaten global diplomacy and so forth. So that's the motivation. So we filmed all over the world, which was fun, by the way, very intense though. Filmed at the Great Wall, at the Forbidden City, at the Summer Palace, to tell modern China's history and ancient China's history, but at the Ganges in Varanasi, at the Red Fort in Delhi, at the mouth of the Amazon, on the Danube in several places, all with the hope that this will give something more than a textbook, something that students can see and relate to. And then in the midst of this, a very clever group in London said, oh, by the way, we can do live classrooms for you anywhere. You tell us where, and we'll have a docent or a guide go through a museum or an archaeological site. If your students are online on Zoom, they'll have a live class at the Parthenon, or a live class at the Taj Mahal, or a live class at Independence Hall. That's another place where I filmed. So I told the story of the American Revolution standing at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, and used that as an understanding of the birth of the United States. So this is being rolled out, but I just mention it because I think we need to experiment in pedagogy right now, and we need to think of ways to make this global interconnected reality. One thing I've been doing that is related to this for 15 years, and I also mention it if there are takers that are interested, I'm a believer that we should get our students in class across the world so that you are in class, but you're with the screen, and maybe 10 or 20 classrooms from all over the world are in the same virtual classroom with you, and the students can do projects even at 10th grade level or 8th grade level across a 5,000-mile divide. They can meet each other. You can do a presentation where American students talk about Chinese history and Chinese students talk about American history. And then there are panels that discuss the similarities or give suggestions or other things. So we should use the digital as much as we can. We should make live, innovative learning in new ways. But I think a very important part of this is the idea of fostering the feeling of interconnection for young people anywhere. And this can be in a village, it can be in Nairobi, it can be in cities or rural areas anywhere. We have the miracle now that we can be interconnected essentially costlessly and be creative in our pedagogy and foster the kind of spirit that we want. I know Shui Lan is here, who heads Schwartzman College. That's a microcosm in physical presence of exactly this. If you go to that cohort, it is the most amazing cohort. Each year, I absolutely insist, March of each year, to come give a talk because it's incredibly inspiring. Also, because it's kids from all over the world working together, and you see it, Lan, when you're, in giving the class. Everyone is viewing this from multiple perspectives because that's exactly what they're learning in Schwartzman, and it's a phenomenal, phenomenal feeling. So that's the main message. I'm here available to be one node of any of your networks. The UN network that I lead for the Secretary General is called the Sustainable Development Solutions Network. It is a network now of more than 2,000 institutions of higher learning, almost all of them universities. Lan has been one of the founders and leaders of this from the start. And there's tremendous engagement of universities around the world. We have a wonderful team that keeps an active networking. We just met with 30 or 40 of our network managers, we call them, who lead the national universities together or regional universities together. So that's another resource for all of us to use. Interestingly, when we make an annual call to university presidents to come on a call to talk about innovations in education for sustainable development, and we do it because of time zones, an East Asian call, a Europe-Africa call, an Americas call, in India. So we have 4 worldwide calls. We get hundreds of university presidents on these calls, staying for 3 hours, because this is also what the leaders of the universities want, is to find innovative ways to be teaching. So all of this is to say that the Forum on World Education is exactly what we need. Cheng, thank you. This is an incredible initiative. I want UN SDSN to be of any help that we can make. I want us to be creative. I want the China-US links to be made. By the way, as everybody knows, President Xi invited large numbers of American students to come, but I don't think it's working as effectively as it needs to be working, and I want to help solve that problem too. I can't, if I were 20 years old right now, I could not imagine something more beneficial and interesting than to spend a summer or a semester in China. And I think we should design that well and make sure that there's really a curriculum, that it works. It's too short right now, the way that it's been designed, I think. I don't understand all the details of it. But there should actually be at least a month of real curriculum. Visit different parts of China, learn about Chinese history, meet counterparts in a very thoughtful way, and it will change lives. And then we need to get tens of thousands of American students and from elsewhere to come to do that, and they will want to do that. So that's, just want to add that I would really like us to work to make that work, and count me in on that. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So we have a Q&A session.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Good.
We're fortunate enough we have about 30 minutes left for Professor Jeffrey Sachs to answer a few questions from the audience. And
About 15. 10.
Okay, so we do have his wife right here. She says 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes.
The wife is the boss, and we're on a flight to Europe shortly. So that is, and that, because I'm giving a speech in Venice tomorrow, so that's nice. But it means we have to get to the airport soon. So, but please, let's open it up for.
Now we'll open it up for 10 minutes of our time. Sure.
Hi, Jeff. It's Edric. So one of the very famous statement that you have made publicly a few times on media is China is not a threat. Would you say to us, the audience in the group here, that it's not acknowledged by the American public or politicians for the most part, or are they just playing that they're not hearing that message?
Yeah. Let me be clear. China is a threat to one thing, to America's belief in its own primacy in the world. So if you believe you run the world and you believe you should run the world, then China's a threat. That's the only threat, because China is not run by the United States. It's not going to be run by the United States. It's not going to be a vassal of the United States. And that is the threat, psychologically, to the political class in Washington. And for the American people, they don't know. They don't know. And there has been an undercurrent of anti-China feelings that goes back 150 years with the anti-immigration campaigns, the Yellow Peril, racism in general. It's not profound. It's not a driving force in American society, but it's not absent either. And it means that the politicians can play on it. And so it's not coming from below, but Trump is an ignorant and irresponsible politician. And he knows very little, but he knows showmanship. And he used the anti-China sentiment to win an election in 2016 by saying they took your jobs. So that was the threat. Then the military side was exaggerated and so forth, and I'll come back to that in a moment. And then Biden, who is a less skilled politician, looked at what Trump did and said, I'll have to out-Trump Trump. And so he continued basically the same line, maybe a smidgen, I can't say more sophisticated because it wasn't, but just a smidgen better, not really. And then Trump this term is completely out of control and crazy and erratic, so we don't even know what anything means day to day right now. It's really bad, and he's really filled with delusions of all sorts, not just about China. But just to say, what happened with China was that for a long time, China was ignored. In the 1950s, China was viewed as the Soviet ally, so it was part of the communist menace in the US, so anti-Peking was, anti-Beijing was normal. Then with the pretty astute, way overdue politics of Nixon and Kissinger, they realized a little bit of triangulation that China was not a subsidiary state to the Soviet Union. China was on its own, and so if the United States established better relations with China, this would be favorable for America's Cold War with the Soviet Union. So we had the era of opening starting in 1971, 72. Then, after diplomatic relations were established and Deng Xiaoping began the economic reforms, American businesses said this is a great place to manufacture parts. This is a great place to have low-cost manufacturing. But China was not regarded as anything more than a poor country that had extremely low wages and you could assemble parts there well, or make toys or make plastic pieces and automotive components and so forth. By around 2000, things were getting a little bit more sophisticated, let's say. But what happened basically politically was that starting around 2010, it started to dawn on American policymakers, hey, this is really a success story. Not just a success story, China is big and it's becoming a rival in many industrial sectors. And this is going faster than we thought, and we thought China was a poor rice village country that could make parts for us, and now they're starting to compete with us. Starting in 2015, this became, in my understanding, American policy. And there's a very good paper to read if you want to understand the mindset in Washington, a paper called A Grand Strategy Towards China, written by Robert Blackwell and Ashley Tellis in March 2015 for the Council on Foreign Relations. And it says everything you want to know very straightforwardly. It says America's grand strategy is to be number one. China's continued growth is a threat to America's primacy. So it's literally stated, we need to be number one, but China's becoming too successful. China's continued success is no longer in America's interest. Therefore, they list 10 things that America should do to annoy China, to hinder China. Obama started, for example, with what I regarded as the most ridiculous possible policy until Trump came along. But Obama's policy was, we'll make a trade agreement with Asia that does not include China. Well, if you look at a map, China's there, and it actually is the largest trade partner of every other country in Asia. So how are you going to make a TPP, a Trans-Pacific Partnership, without China? Idea dumb number one. Fortunately, it was too dumb to actually do, and it went away in the 2016 election. But in that article, they made a list of all the things the United States should do to bother China. Hinder the export of high technologies, put on trade barriers, put on limits on investment, build up the military presence around the Chinese coastlands in the Philippines, in Japan, in Korea, and so forth. Taiwan then entered into this story also as both an aggravant and because China didn't like what the U.S. was doing as a place where tensions started to rise. So Taiwan plays the role that Ukraine played in the U.S.-Russia competition in Europe. And I tell all my friends in Taiwan, be careful. You don't want to end up like Ukraine in a game, because Americans view it as a game between the United States and China. So the answer is most of this was manipulated from the top. Most of it was, I would call, a deep state U.S. policy, meaning that it was not the politicians so much as the military-industrial system, which has a deep goal, and the goal is what used to be called full spectrum dominance, which is that the United States should be the dominant power in every region of the world and able to win 2 theater wars, actually, in any region of the world. Now, whether we can win 1 anywhere, who knows? But the idea was dominance. And that, to my mind, is what changed the politics around China starting around 2015. And Americans can be pulled along because if they're told China's a threat, if they're told your jobs were lost to China, even though you go to the factory, there are no jobs there, it's just robots. The jobs were not lost to China, the jobs were lost to automation, which is what's happening across the board in manufacturing. It doesn't register. And in our politics, the swing states in American politics are the Midwestern industrial states. So states like Wisconsin, Minnesota, Indiana, Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, these are the middle states, and they're industrial. That's where our big mineral deposits, well, there's Pennsylvania, you know all about that. So this is, that played well in swing state presidential politics. And it's absurd because these people don't know anything about China, no history, no common sense, no decency. They have, by the way, I have hours of things I'd like to say, but Sonia will be very unhappy if I go to the third hour. China and the US were allies in World War II, as you know. And I just read a book, which is many years old, but I want to recommend it to everyone interested, a book called The Forgotten Ally by Rana Mitter. Many of you may know it. I did not know it. It's phenomenally interesting about the US-China alliance during the China-Japanese War. And if we remembered alliances, if we were a little less ideological, if we were a little bit more decent, knowledgeable, sensible, human level, we'd get beyond all of this, what I call neurosis, because it is a neurotic idea that you have to have full spectrum dominance and be able to win 2 wars. Better to say we should be safe, we don't have to win any wars, we should have peace, and we should have cooperation. What I'm absolutely sure of is that China's not going to invade the United States. This is, of all the 10,000 things I might worry about, it wouldn't even appear in the first 10,000. It's not an idea of any meaning at all. It's a nonsense, of course. I'm just saying. So America should not worry. We should learn to understand. When I said this, by the way, to a crowd in California in a seminar that a lot of people saw that I did with John Mearsheimer and David Sachs that made the rounds, the audience was quite surprised. China's not a threat to our economy? And I looked at them and I said, you're all rich because of China. Are you kidding? All the things you sell, you could not sell except for China. China's made you rich. What are you complaining about? And then they were sitting there, yeah, maybe he's got a point. Maybe there's something to that. And that we need to help explain that trade is a mutual win. China's very good at the concept of win-win, by the way. It's a normal Confucian idea. The idea that this is not a zero-sum struggle, but this is actually to make a harmonious society or a harmonious world is a very basic Chinese norm and a very good one. And it's not an American norm as much. It's not as well understood, but that's part of what our pedagogy should be about.
Thank you so much. As I know that was the final question as it is. Thank you so much, Professor Sachs. And we appreciate your time so much, and especially knowing that you're heading to the airport right away. I have one more question. He can take.
Sonia says no.
Happy wife, happy life, you know. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful trip to Vienna. And I know that Professor Sachs has attracted a lot of followers. Please do stay in your seat because coming up we do have another session that is going to be presented by Tsinghua University Rebranding Global and NYU Shanghai. Maybe I'll use this one. Please do stay in your seat because we're going to proceed with our next coming up sessions. Please do take a seat. Please do take a seat, everyone. All right, thank you guys for staying. Thank you, everybody. So next, I will introduce to you from Tsinghua University, Dean Qian Xiao, who is the Dean at the Office of International Affairs and the Deputy Director for the Center for International Security and Strategy. Please join me to give her a round of applause and listening to her presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a great pleasure to speak with today at the FWE Education for Global Diplomacy and Peace Conference 2025. Well, it is really quite relieved that Professor Jeffrey Sachs talked about U.S.-China relations, and it's always very educational hearing him talking about. Is that okay? Okay, I'll hold it myself. Talking about that. Well, however, my focus today is about higher education and knowledge diplomacy. As we all know, I have a PPT. Still not working? Okay. The world of higher education stands at a critical juncture. We heard a lot of discussions of that this morning. On one hand, universities are expected to be the engine of innovation, talent cultivation, and global cooperation. But on the other hand, they are confronted with challenges that are reshaping the very landscape of international engagement. And today, I want to highlight 3 dimensions: the challenges higher education faces, the role of knowledge diplomacy, and most importantly, the unique contribution that university think tanks can make in enhancing trust and fostering global education. So the first, challenges of higher education in the current context. And the internationalization of higher education is no longer a simple matter of student mobility or bilateral partnerships. It has become intertwined with issues of geopolitical competition, and just now Professor Sachs talked about that, and also technological transformation. We had also the panel this morning, security concerns and inequality of access. So first of all, the mobility is constrained. While global demand for international study remains very high, rising visa restrictions, security anxieties, and politicization of academic exchanges are narrowing opportunities for cross-border learning. And as we are convening here today, I saw one of the piece of news coming on the on Chinese social media that on September 19th, the Select Committee on the Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, they handed in a report naming from PhD to PLA how visa policies enable PRC defense entities to tap US higher education. And then 58 universities are put on the list, and which means that, including Tsinghua and Peking, which means that will be more difficult for students from those countries to get visas if this kind of a proposal has been recognized. And the second thing is the digital transformation has accelerated. I won't spend too much time on that because we heard a lot during our morning's panel. And the third thing is the question of trust. Mistrust between nations has built into academic field, making collaboration more fragile and sometimes more transactional and than truly cooperative. So all these challenges remind us that internationalization of higher education cannot be understood in isolation. It is deeply embedded in broader global dynamics. The second point I want to make is the knowledge diplomacy. It become an expanding paradigm. In this context, the idea of knowledge diplomacy has gained a new significance. Knowledge diplomacy refers to the use of education, research, and knowledge exchange as instruments to strengthen international relations, promote mutual understanding, and build collective capacity to address global challenges. So unlike traditional diplomacy, which is often state-driven, knowledge diplomacy is multi-actor, multi-level, and people-to-people in nature. It is enacted when universities co-create research with foreign partners, when students exchanges build long-term bridges, and when knowledge is mobilized to solve pressing issues from climate change to public health. I remember there's a famous professor from Oxford, Professor Simon Magison, mentioned universities have a dual spatiality, coupling a local and national embeddedness with a mental horizon and mobility of ideas, knowledge, and persons. For this reason, universities and higher education is a proper vehicle for knowledge diplomacy. However, for knowledge diplomacy to succeed, higher education institutions must not only connect across borders, but also cultivate trust, reciprocity, and shared value. So when examining the relationship between higher education and knowledge diplomacy, a professor, Jen Knight, she is a very well-known professor on internationalization of higher education. She raised three key questions here. The first one is, in what ways is contemporary international higher education changing? And how is it becoming more important in strengthening relation between states and among nations? The second question is, can its role in international relations be understood through the frameworks of culture, science, public diplomacy, and soft power? And the last is, does the concept of knowledge diplomacy help us to better about academic integrity, the human dimension of learning, and how universities can sustain critical thinking and creativity in an age that algorithms is increasingly mediate knowledge? Well, so this list brings me to the role of university think tanks. University think tanks are often described as a multi-stakeholder institutions, as well as a form of boundary-spanning organizations. In their research and activities, they mobilize diverse actors to advance academic inquiry and research across different fields and disciplines, thereby promoting and supporting international cooperation. Think tanks within universities occupy a unique position, and they are simultaneously rooted in academic rigor and engaged with policy and societal challenges. This dual identity allows them to act as a boundary-spanning organizations, connecting scholars, policymakers, and the public across different countries and the cultural contexts. Then let me give two concrete examples from Tsinghua University. The first is the Center for International Security and Strategy, and the second is the Institute for AI International Governance, Tsinghua University. Both of them are university think tanks newly established in Tsinghua. So the first think tank, the CISS, has been at the forefront of promoting dialogue on the US-China relations and the issues related to international security and strategy. It was actually founded by Madame FWE, who used to be the Vice Foreign Minister of China. As the CISS aims to remain current with the changes in global dynamics, offering policy suggestions for decision makers through researches on topics of foreign affairs, international relations, and security and strategic studies. It strives to promote, elucidate, and also spread China's perspectives and policy views by carrying out various forms of knowledge exchanges and cooperation internationally, aiming to enhance the international community's understanding of China and also improve Tsinghua's global influence in the fields of international relations and strategic studies. It regularly hosts international forums, bringing together scholars, diplomats, ambassadors, and policymakers from around the world to discuss themes ranging from great power competition to artificial intelligence governance. Importantly, CISS also provides a platform for young scholars and students to participate in these dialogues. So as we can see from some of the pictures, just they show actually events happening last year. We have US-China Track 2 dialogue, and also China-US Track 2 dialogue on DPRK nuclear issue, and also on AI dialogue, and almost all the important issues of US-China relations. And they are trying very hard to enhance mutual understanding and also trying to build more bridges between US and Chinese universities. These are some of the youth programs we have in CISS. They try very hard to engage young people in Tsinghua. Actually, they are the best of Chinese young people. So they bring US students to China and then trying to have dialogues with those young people. And also we also conduct overseas fieldwork courses. So we will invite those young people to travel to the US to get to know the country better if they come here. There's an anecdote I would like to share with you. One of the CISS youth, one of the students came to the United States together with a group led by a professor. And then he was stopped at the border for more than 10 hours and interrogated by the border. Then we think it would actually scare him. But when he came back to China, he actually initiated the first student association on US-China exchanges because he himself believed that it is really important to have this kind of exchanges, even if it is very difficult right now. So through these dialogues, we tried very hard to nurture a new generation of global citizens who can engage constructively in international affairs. And our research reports have been cited by not only government officials, but also by international organizations, showing how academic knowledge can fit directly into the global policy debates. yeah, these are some of the more pictures. And the second example I would like to quote is the Institute for AI International Governance, Tsinghua University, and Professor Xue Lan is the dean of this institute. And this institute represents another pioneering effort as one of the first university-based think tanks devoted to artificial intelligence governance. AIIG, the short for this institute, combines academic research with policy engagement. It has organized international forums on AI ethics and global digital governance, produced policy reports on responsible AI development, and built partnerships with think tanks. As we can see from here, the networks of AIIG, think tanks, universities, and international organizations worldwide. So through all these forums, activities, AIIG not only strengthens China's contribution to global AI governance, but also equips students and young researchers with the skills to engage in cross-cultural, cross-disciplinary dialogues on one of the most pressing issues of our time. And we also, here in AIIG, we also initiated UNAI Youth AI for Sustainable Development boot camp. Especially during the COVID time, we had this online boot camp for 2 consecutive years, and more than 3,000 young people worldwide joined this boot camp online. So these 2 examples illustrate how university think tanks can contribute to knowledge diplomacy in at least 3 important ways. The first is enhancing mutual understanding through evidence-based research and convening dialogue platforms. The second is the building trust through sustained engagement, creating stable channels for cooperation even in the times of political uncertainty. And the third thing is the fostering global education by integrating international perspectives into teaching and providing opportunities for young students and scholars to participate in global problem solving. So in short, university think tanks are not only this kind of policy-making or consultation institutions, they are platforms of connection, trust building, and educational innovation. So looking forward, if we are to confront the challenges of our time, climate change, health crisis, technological disruption, yes, and the geopolitical fragmentation, then universities and university think tanks must step forward as a proactive actor of knowledge diplomacy. So this means going beyond the transactional exchanges and striving for transformative partnership. It means ensuring that mobility, digital access, and research collaboration are not only the privilege of a few, but the right of many. And it means reaffirming the role of knowledge, not as a tool of competition, but as a bridge of cooperation. So in this area, university think tanks can play a very important role. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very happy to speak here, and we know that the future of higher education will be determined not only by how well we compete, but how deeply we can cooperate with each other. So in that cooperation, knowledge diplomacy provides both a guiding vision and a practical pathway. And university think tanks such as CISS and AIIG at Tsinghua University have the capacity to transform the vision into reality. So let us therefore work together, not only to internationalize higher education, but to humanize it, making it a genuine force for peace, trust, and shared progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean. Thank you very much for sharing the structure of Tsinghua and how it has put into global diplomacy into the structure of your education. So next we're going to welcome the founder and CEO of We Branding Global, Feng Ding, to share with us her practices. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Rebecca, founder and CEO of Rebranding Global. I'm so happy to come here. Thank you for inviting me to share my personal experience and all those insights from business side. Okay. So firstly, let me talk about introduce myself. As you see, I have been working for Samsung Electronics more than 20 years. So I have developed my, the branding and the cross culture experience and expertise, especially for technology sector, smart living and smart home. So in 2019, I found my own startup company in New York, Rebranding Global. So far, we have served the Chinese tech brand, so more than nearly 1,000 brands here. We help them to expand their market globally. So you can see, so we serve the company range from the giant company like TCL, my dear, also the startup company. Okay. Okay, I just want to show you my personal journey about global. So running a startup and in New York and going global is not easy for me, especially when I work in one company, Samsung, for nearly 20 years in China. So my global ambition started from Samsung internal global summit. So in server, talk about the vision about digital convergence globally, so improve our lives. So 10 years ago, I ran global in different countries, and I achieved 6 major medals when I ran Berlin and Tokyo, Chicago, Boston. So I started to know the world. And I decided to study. I take lots of training, especially for top-tier universities. So MBA and EMBA executive training, Harvard University Business School AMP, MIT, especially as a professional fellow at Columbia University. So that gave me a lot. I think my extensive global network and the business connections so allows me and my clients to access and thrive in diverse international markets. Okay, so let's talk about the current environment and the reality of U.S. market challenges that our clients they are facing now. Chinese companies are more visible than ever before in U.S. market, still facing challenges like brand recognition, geopolitical sensitivities, and media narratives that shape popular perception. So we are thinking of a solution. Okay. Success in U.S. requires long-term vision, passions, and localized trust building. Geopolitical situation and localized trust, the political policies may change, but technological and educational developments are unstoppable forces that transcend borders and politics. We all realize the world is changing so fast. So these changing forces may give us the opportunity to solve the problems. So one is AI and the technology are changing our lives. 2, Chinese models are changing the global business. 3, young talent are changing the futures. So firstly, technology is about these forces. So recently I came from Berlin, IFA 2024, the biggest consumer electronic trade show. So IFA showcased the numerous products integrating the AI across its various categories, with a strong focus on smart home devices, AI-powered appliance, or robotics. AI was also integrated into laptop, tablets, and wearables like smart glasses and translation earbuds. AI was everywhere there. So 38 exhibitors were from China. The Chinese company are actively integrating AI-driven appliances and consumer electronics, indicating a substantial Chinese presence at the event. So that demonstrates a significant shift towards AI in everyday consumer goods. So it seems like Chinese companies leading the innovation right now. Now I show you a real case. Okay. The last month, we have a Chinese startup launch their smart glasses in New York. So the company name is Rocket from China, Hangzhou. It's a startup company. But we invited more than 30 journalists to come to join our launch event, including the mainstream journalists like CNET, like Forbes, like PC Magazine. So they come here, join the event, and show their interest in this the technology, and they show they have a very positive report about this. Actually, we're facing the same time like launching the competitor like the giant Meta. You all know Meta, Ray-Ban. They launch at the same time. But why so many journalists come to our event? Also, they just evaluate this product like they think it's more innovative, has a more good function. They are looking for the product, the technology can change our life. So they're not, no matter it's from China or from US, no matter it's from giant or from startup. That's a very good way to nowadays our business in US market. So we think innovation has no passport. So whether developed in Silicon Valley, Shenzhen, Hangzhou, or even Berlin, so technologies that improve lives should and will become a global phenomenon. So borders may define politics, but cannot contain progress. We all know that. Secondly, the rise of a new business model that's from China. So since they're changing the communication way in US market, we all know China's social commerce is changing the way brands connect with consumers. The success of Chinese social commerce models, including blend of entertainment and shopping through live stream or influencer-led content, push US companies to adopt similar strategies to engage their consumer and drive sales. So this is not about East versus West. It's about cooperation. So together, we form a stronger ecosystem. So our practice at rebranding, so we bring two words together. We have some special platform, Smart Living Showcase, and also for tech influencer creator community. So we organize all the experiential marketing event, allow Chinese products to be tested and to be promoted in real US household in authentic way. So this model mirrors China's social commerce, but is adapted for building trust overseas. Now finally, so let's talk about the global talent. So we are eagerly looking for the talent like multicultural, multilingual leaders with ability to navigate Chinese innovation and the U.S. consumer need and the U.S. psychologic, with skills to bridge culture gap and regulatory frameworks. The future belongs to young talent. So don't cling to the old model. So companies that succeed will embed social media, technology, and openness into their DNA. So we always ask, what future are we create for those young people? So mentorship, cross-border training, and exposure are critical for cultivating true global talents. So looking ahead, technology and community will build trust, but people, especially global talent, will be the decisive factor for global business success. So don't fear conflicts and challenges. Instead, embrace them as opportunity for growth. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your sharing about WeBranding and your own journey towards from how the executive educations also shaped your thoughts and how that helped you into shape your future professionalism and how that helped you to start your own business. So finally, we're going to watch a video by the Chancellor from NYU Shanghai, and his speech is going to be about global education cooperation and talent development. And later we will have a closing ceremony very shortly by a short speech by the ambassador, and that will be a closing for today. So please let's watch the video.
Hi, everybody. I am Tong Xijun, Chancellor of Shanghai New York University, or NYU Shanghai. It's a great honor for me to share with you what my university is and how I understand my job serving this Sino-American joint university. The title of my speech is NYU Shanghai as a bridge between many things, as we will see later. NYU Shanghai, as its name shows, is a product of cooperation between two great cities of two great countries, Shanghai of China and New York of the United States. Its location is called Qiantan in Chinese and New Bund in English, meaning a place that is as important as the iconic Bund of Shanghai that has a history of 1.5 centuries. NYU Shanghai is now located, as I said, in the New Bund, 200 meters away from Huangpu River. In between are a very fancy and very customer-friendly commercial center, as well as a huge complex that can room super large world-class sports and entertainment events. The NYU Shanghai was invested and built by Lujiazui Group of Pudong District and designed by the worldly renowned architecture design company KPF. The campus design comprises a pinwheel arrangement of 4 different buildings, producing a range of diverse collaborative spaces and organizing a variety of outdoor skills from expensive court to intimate alcove. These contrasting qualities of inward courtyard and external facade evoke fundamental ideas of academic landscapes cross-culturally from European abbeys to Chinese gardens. This massing approach also breaks the buildings into distinct shifting bars that connect through actual from floor to floor and flexible circulation spaces, rather than separating programs into distinct buildings, which would result in separated academic communities. The campus program is stacked vertically, creating layers of teaching, research, culture, and faculty office floors that extend across the whole campus. As Winston Churchill once said, we shape our buildings, and thereafter they shape us. The location and the building of our school are among essential resources of education of NYU Shanghai. One of the most educationally important parts of the NYU Shanghai campus is this part of the building. Over the west building's main gateway, a suspended bridge is supposed to be a physical representation of NYU Shanghai's mission to build bridges between nations and individuals. The bridge is meant to symbolize the university's mission to building connections between cultures and nations. This bridge is a key architectural feature that, along with the overall pinwheel design and a blend of Chinese Scholar Garden and Western quadrant elements, reflect NYU Shanghai's identity as a Sino-American joint university. Since 2023, around 500 new undergraduate students every year come through this gate into the campus from all over the world, as well as all of China. Of our undergraduate students, half are from China, half are from the rest of the world. Of the non-Chinese students, around half are from the United States. Now we are at one of the two ends of the bridge. By itself, it is one of many public spaces on the campus where students can study or not study, and talk or not talk in ways they feel most convenient and most comfortable. The general idea of these spaces is to make it easy for youngsters from all over the world to somehow sufficiently prepare themselves for their future roles in the highly globalized world. In September of 2023, this bridge was officially named as John Sexton Bridge. NYU's 17th President Linda Mills, as part of her first visit in that new capacity, attended the naming ceremony of the John Sexton Bridge on the third floor of West Building. John Sexton served as the president of NYU from 2002 to 2015. He was succeeded by Andrew Hamilton in January 2016 and is now President Emeritus of NYU. As you can see, to name this part of the NYU Shanghai campus as John Sexton Bridge is to express our appreciation for President Sexton's visionary leadership and unwavering commitment to global education, which laid the foundation for NYU Shanghai. This bridge stands as a symbol of the unity and collaboration. President John Sexton, as was warmly praised by his old friend, former UK Prime Minister Gordon Brown. In his preface to a book by Sexton, Brown said, "John's credentials for writing about this new world go beyond his nearly 3 decades as a university leader in America's most international city. He started his teaching life as a prize-winning debate coach, devoting his 20s and 30s to transforming the prospects of young students from the often unconfident adolescents they were into the mature, rounded, and successful people he knew they could become. This book by John Sexton is titled Standing for a Reason, The University in the Dogmatic Age, published in 2019. This book was translated into Chinese by some of my and his colleagues at NYU Shanghai. And I had the honor of being asked to write a preface to the Chinese version of the book. In this book, President John Sexton elaborated and justified his idea of NYU as a global university. NYU becomes a global university because of its global network, which comprises two parts, 3 portal campuses and 13 study sites. Here's what John Sexton said about NYU Shanghai in particular. The origin of NYU Shanghai was different, yet mirrored in many ways the experience in Abu Dhabi. By 2010, NYU had operated successfully for several years a study site in Shanghai, building meaningful connections with Shanghai's educational and governmental leaders. Through these connections, they came to know NYU, our plans for a global network university, and success of the campus in Abu Dhabi. This led them to broach with NYU the possibility of opening a 3rd portal campus in their city. In June 2008, New York University proposed the idea of jointly establishing NYU Shanghai, which received an enthusiastic response from Ichana Normal University and strong support from the Ministry of Education and Shanghai Municipal Government and the Pudong New Area authorities, leading to the conception of a 4-party collaboration in higher education. On March 28, 2011, the groundbreaking ceremony for NYU Shanghai was held, attended by, among others, Mr. Han Zheng, the then mayor of Shanghai and the current vice president of the People's Republic of China. On September 22, 2012, the MOE's official approval of NYU Shanghai was issued. On October 15, 2012, the inauguration ceremony of NYU Shanghai was held. In November 2012, NYU Shanghai's undergraduate admission plan for its inaugural class was officially approved. Within just 1 month, the university launched an intensive global recruitment campaign. In February 2013, 6 open campus days were successfully held for Chinese students, and in April, 150 prospective international students visited NYU Shanghai to take part in the campus day designed for them. In late August 2013, NYU Shanghai welcomed its inaugural class of 295 undergraduate students from more than 30 countries to the newly renovated Geography building at Ichana Normal University's Zhongbei campus. Several joint research centers established by NYU Shanghai and ECNU. The ECNU-NYU Institute remain located at that campus today. ECNU's downtown campus is widely regarded as the most beautiful one in Shanghai, and the building that was turned into NYU Shanghai's first campus for 2 years happened to be the one both my predecessor, Yu Zhong, and I spent our undergraduate years. In August 2014, the university moved its main campus to Central Avenue, as witnessed by leaders of all partner institutions of NYU Shanghai. NYU Shanghai's second campus in its history was on the most important avenue of Pudong, the Central Avenue. Since the spring semester, NYU Shanghai has operated on a new campus, the 3rd one in its history, our current campus in Qiantan are the new bond. On March 3rd, 2023, the university held a grand celebration for its 10th anniversary under the theme From Puxi to Pudong, from the new bond to the new future. On May 19, 2024, the university held the commencement for the class of 2024 at the Qiantan 31 Forming Arts Center in the nearby Taikoo Business Zone. On Sunday, May 25, an audience of proud families and friends cheered on the class of 2025 in NYU Shanghai's new Bund campus court as they claimed their place in NYU Shanghai's history. This is the university's 9th commencement ceremony and the first one held on our own campus. On the eve and the night of the NYU Shanghai commencement of each year, the Oriental Pearl Tower became NYU Shanghai's tallest graduation tribute ever. This is now part of the tradition of NYU of violet lightning on the Empire Building in New York. Also inspired by New York University's Great Alley tradition at Washington Square Park. This year, NYU Shanghai has, for the first time, brought this form of celebration into its own community. In partnership with the nearby Qiantan Park Lane, the university has created a public-facing event called NYU Shanghai Great Alley. Every year, around 500 undergraduate students of 19 different majors in the arts and sciences, business and finance, engineering, data, and computer science, and 100 graduate students of 7 master's programs and 11 PhD programs become alumnus both of NYU Shanghai and of NYU at large. Of all its values and ideas, the most important one is cosmopolitan patriots or rooted cosmopolitans. As John Sexton wrote in his book I just mentioned, over millennia, thinkers from Confucius to Socrates to Ibn al-Arabi to Petrarch to Kant have evoked cosmopolitanism as fundamental to society. Later, the term developed a secondary meaning to be cultured or sophisticated, but it continues to signify a person who is a citizen of the world and who sees others through a wider frame. A cosmopolitan maintains a sense of place, country, ethnicity, religion, and culture, even while embracing, respecting, learning from, and adapting to global diversity. That is, a cosmopolitan is ecumenical. And he said, my NYU colleague Kwon Anthony Appiah has named these new leaders of society cosmopolitan patriots. Here, John Sexton elaborated in more details this idea. In the world of cosmopolitan patriots, people would accept the citizens' responsibility to nurture the culture and the politics of their homes. Many would spend their lives in the places that shaped them, which is one of the reasons local culture practices would be sustained and transmitted. But others would move their culture practices traveling with them as they always have. The result would be a world in which each local form of human lives was the culmination of persistent processes of cultural hybridization, a world which like the one we live in now. Increasingly, the cosmopolitans will be attracted to places that accommodate the local lives they wish to lead. They will be drawn to ideal capitals and will offer the attitude and talent to sustain them. For the mission of nurturing new generations of rooted cosmopolitans and cosmopolitan patriots, I'm proud to say no other cities can perhaps be as good as Shanghai now. In Shanghai, NYU Shanghai can quite easily claim itself to be both a global and a local university. both a university in and of the world and a university in and of the city of Shanghai. My predecessor, Chancellor Yu Lizong, published a book last year summarizing NYU Shanghai's experiences and explorations under our non-official school motto, "Make the world your major." This motto, or rather, what we are doing according to this motto, in my view, is a continuation of the tradition of enlightenment and the romanticism in the West and the soul of an ancient civilization in the East, in an age full of opportunities and challenges produced by so many things, including, of course, artificial intelligence and, so to speak, artificial divisions. NYU Shanghai's mission is to address those challenges that people all over the world are facing and to bridge those divisions that people all over the world are suffering. In a word, NYU Shanghai is a bridge between the two great powers, China and the United States, between the people here in China and people in other parts of the world, between cultural traditions of different peoples in general and different educational traditions of different peoples in particular. Thank you.
Thank you. So now for the final some conversation after I saw that we all had a lot of engaging conversations outdoors. So I'm welcoming the ambassador back and share a few words with us.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Can you just put your hand together? Yes. It seems that you guys have been tired because you've been here all day, and I understand that, but we need to spend time together in order for us to get to the world of sustainability. Am I going to be the last speaker? Yes, I hope I'm the last speaker because Ms. Davis is so tired. Ms. Davis, distinguished guest, diplomat, educator, good evening. My name is Yu Sanen. I am a bridge builder, so I connect people together. Head of states, business people, diplomats. For many years, I traveled to many countries in the world, ensuring that the head of state leaders get to the table of peace and sustainability, because our world is facing many different challenges, from climate change, discrimination, violation to human rights. So we are suffering. That's why today I spend some time here to ensure that I listen to many experts, educational community, because education is the only path that will lead us to the world of sustainability. We spend $1 trillion on chemical weapons and war, while hundreds of millions of young kids do not have access to education. In Afghanistan, Ukraine, war prevented those young people have a better education. And if you do not have a better education, you will not understand what's going on. In terms of diplomacy, if you're not well-trained, well-educated, you will not understand history, you will not understand geography, you will not understand business, and that will lead you to chaos. So education is something that all nations need to invest more. All business leaders need to invest on education, human education. I travel to the third world country, and sometimes it's sad because you can realize some girls, they're only 12, 15 years old. They do not have access to education, but they're married to a 30, 40 years old man. This is a violation to human rights. So it is great that we live in a great country like China. China is taking over now in technology and everything, finance, trade. We're doing great, but some places in the world, a lot of people are suffering. And I know because I've been there, I've done that. I've helped shelter homeless, feed the hunger, and ensure that I care for the poor. I just received a call yesterday. They want me to be in Mexico because there are some, issues in terms of violation to human rights, and they want me to sit down with government member and have to travel to Guatemala, Nicaragua, and Honduras, Central America, because there's war and violation to human rights. And I have to be back on October 4 because I'm receiving an award, and on October 7 I'm at the Gracie Mansion with the mayor, some folks. So we need people with great heart, educator, people like Ms. Davis, people like Mr. Sachs, people like you, educator, to ensure that we come together as one so we can lead this world to sustainability. And without education, there will not be sustainability, because education is the way. If you do not have big data on finance, you will not know how to trade well. You will not be able to sustain your country in terms of money. If you do not have big data on education, you will not know in what program you should invest in order for you to have a great education. So I believe in education, I believe in technology. AI is taking over, and I encourage all of you to ensure that you know about technology, because I was just talking to a friend. I told him that you could be a teacher and then you forget to prepare your presentation, and then in a couple minutes you can lead AI to prepare the presentation for you. But what you need to understand, we should not let AI lead us. We must lead AI, because AI cannot think well. AI cannot love. AI doesn't have feelings. So as we use technology, education, and AI technology, let us know that we must go to the world of love, consciousness, and peace. And this is the only way we will get to the path of sustainability. Thank you very much. May God bless you all.
Thank you very much. And then that concludes for our whole presentations today. And thank you everyone for joining us and participating in such an important topic. And we really had a lot to share today and a lot to learn from data, from practices from different universities across the US and China. And also industry leaders has shared their perspective. So thank you everyone. And tomorrow we're going to have a closed door discussion also in this room, having on the second floor, and then we are going to have different speakers to have a conversation about what's the way ahead and what are the trends that we're going to see. So thank you everyone for participating, and we look forward to see you tomorrow. Thank you.